It's an opportunity for people to gather face to face again after some time apart. So that's why it's really, really important that we're here, we spend some time really collaborating and getting to know one another. I want to explain the delay and what's happening. It's just that we have 100 plus users online for a virtual experience. So we will be live streaming today. So with the live streaming, there's like a YouTube and a Zoom and a swivel and a camera and a screen and all that and sound and all these other pieces. And so we just want to make sure that the virtual users are getting the same experience that you are. And so that's what's just taking a little bit of extra time. Holly is totally prepared for you today, and the speakers are here, and I believe that it will certainly be a value add to your experience for this school year. I think we are ready to begin. This is Gwendolyn. She's our tech person. That is not my job. That's not I said for the day. And there's this fancy like necklace you get to wear and the camera follows you. All right. I'm trying to go all out for you all today. All right, so good morning. I introduced myself out there, but again, of course, I am Holly Noel, and I am the NS4ed Director of School Counseling, and I am super excited to be here with you all today. This is my first time in New Mexico, having hosted a conference, and it's been a lot of fun. And so I am ready to get this up and going. Again, thank you so much for your patience. Trust and believe that we are typically extremely punctual people. And so this was like eating our nerves up the entire time, like every minute that was passing. But again, thank you for your patience. We really appreciate you all. All right, so let's get started. All right, so welcome to the Spring 2023 School Counseling and Advisor Conference. It's all right. There we go. There we go. All right, so first, I would like to start by just introducing you to the NS4ed team. We are NS4ed. I've already introduced myself, but just so you put a face kind of with a name, our CEO is Dr. Joseph Goins. And here, as you met at the very beginning, is Dr. Jamisa Williams. She is our VP of School Services. Me again. And then we have Kelly Kennedy, who's right here. She is our program manager. She does a lot of stuff. You probably have already had some type of communication with Kelly somewhere. And all of you probably met the wonderful, magnificent Dr. Lenny Howard. He was up front at our table. He is the hostess with the mostest. So you all will see him throughout the day. And we have the phenomenal Gwendolyn Bell here, a leadership coach who has supported us greatly. Like you said, this isn't her job, well outside of her role. She does it all, and we're great. All right, and also up front, you've met Ricky Williams. He is the Director of State Partnerships, and we were so happy that he was able to join us. He actually lives here, and so he drove in and he's helping us man the table. So this is our amazing team, and we are so great to be here. We also host this conference, of course, in partnership with New Mexico TED, and we are truly thankful for this facility. Thank you, Greta and ABC of New Mexico, for allowing us to use this space. Thank you. So, all right, let's get started. So more about us and who we are. So somewhere along the line, you probably saw NS4ed pop up everywhere on lots of your documents and meetings and stuff. And some of you may know a little bit about us, but some of you might still be like, NS4ed, like, who are they? What are they really about? So the company in itself, we are a trailblazer in actionable research to support technology-based career and college education services. So we work closely with companies and of course with educators to make sure that we work with you to help us all to understand best practices and how to implement those best practices, as well as understanding research that you can also put into practice. So ultimately, the goal is to figure out how we can meet your specific needs, working to help build and enhance your culture, the needs so that your students and the school district as a whole can be successful. Our mission, we help students attain a successful future through career exploration. So that's the big thing, right? So hopefully by now you all are aware of the P2C Navigator. It's on the website. Our last monthly conference, Miss Alicia Bennett came in and she did an entire presentation on it. It is a wonderful tool that really supports not only school counselors, but advisors with helping students to explore different careers. And again, figuring out that why, putting the why behind it and showing the data that supports it. Our vision, we transform communities by closing the gap between education and industry. And then what we value, excellence, diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and belonging, innovation, collaboration, and service. So now, speaking to our partnership with New Mexico PED, school counselors and advisors, that's really, my big goal and why I'm here. So we really try our best to support school counselors through as many resources as possible, so that they have information to kind of support you with your job, just to try to make things a little easier, okay? Because school counselors, we have a lot on our plate every single day. So if we can provide you all with the support and resources that you need to help guide you when you're working with your students, that is definitely a bonus. For professional development, and once for everyone who completes the professional development, there is a certificate that you will receive. And then lastly, the school counseling conference. So it is our goal to, of course, work with you all throughout the year, but then at some point have a gathering where we can all come together to collaborate, network, and really just have a little fun too. All right, so some housekeeping things just to know. So be sure to visit the vendors up front. We have just a few vendors that are here that will share some really great information with you all. I think that you all have probably already had a chance to kind of talk with them a little bit, but maybe during some of the breaks and during lunch or even afterwards, if you need to connect and get some more information from them, please do. Especially be sure to stop by the NS4ed table. Looks like almost everybody in here already has. I see lots of name tags. You're gonna want that for later on in the day, okay? Hint, hint. So keep your name tag. Also, we do have some built-in breaks because who wants to just sit in a room all day without any breaks? You need a moment to get up, stretch your legs. So we have 5-minute breaks built in after each presentation. And during those breaks, you can have, beverages. We have coffee, some tea back here in the left corner. In the very far back, we have coolers that have soda and water in them. And I believe there's also some snacks that's over there as well that you can grab at your leisure. And then also the restrooms. You probably have seen them, but just to make sure, right outside of this room, on the left side wall there is, there's a set of bath restrooms there. If those are full for some reason, you can cross over through the breezeway where the vendors are, go to that next hallway, and then on the left side, or kind of like in front of you, but towards the left, there's another set of restrooms over there if you happen to need that one. Also, just a heads up, for those who requested a special lunch due to, whatever reasons, please see Kelly, who's right here, at lunchtime, and she will give you, the right lunch for you, okay? And so the names are
And Holly,
here.
really fast, when we break for lunch, lunch will be served down the hall, last room on the left.
Yep, where you all were sitting at this morning, where I haven't got you. So you can either choose to eat there. There are some other rooms that are open across the hall, if you need to space out some more for some reason, but just get comfortable and sit back. All right, so here's my favorite part. So we're also counselors and advisors, right? So incorporating a little bit of SEL into everything that we do. We are going to start off with an optimistic opener, just to get our minds and bodies, everything open and welcoming to receive all of this information that we are going to hear today. So if you all would please participate. All right, so in your seats, if you're here, or if you're at home, you too, you have to participate as well. Even if you're in your office, I hope that you took the day off because you deserve it. So just invest in yourself. But wherever you are, just take a moment to just get comfortable and just settle in your seat, because we are going to do a brief mindfulness session. So of course, mindfulness means being mindful, being present in this moment, to open our minds to be receptive to what we are going to be learning and hearing about today. So get comfortable. And if you are comfortable enough, please close your eyes and just relax. Begin by taking in a long, deep breath, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. One more time, breathing in and out. So in this moment, I want you to only try to focus on these 3 questions. First, think of one word in your mind to describe how you're feeling at this present moment. Breathing in and out. Next, think of one thing you hope to learn or gain from today's experience. What do you need today from this experience? Breathing in and out. Lastly, think of at least one name of student, mentee, someone that you believe you would like to help after gaining this information. Who is one person you could see yourself helping with the potential information that you're going to receive today? And one last deep breath in and out. And now you can open your eyes, come back to the room. And throughout today's conference, I want you to kind of keep these things in your mind. How you're feeling, what you hope to gain, to learn, and then make it real. With this information, this knowledge, who can I help with this? So taking the information and then think about how you can apply it in your everyday life, because that's what we do. We invest in ourselves, we build knowledge, we build information so that we can take it back to those we care about, to the students and people we serve every single day. Lastly, thank you all for being here. I know the weather hasn't been that great, so for those who drove here, thank you. I experienced it some yesterday. It was a lot. My colleagues experienced it a whole lot more because it took them about 10 hours to get here by plane. They had several stops. For those who are at home and at work in your office, thank you so much for taking this time out of your day. I'm a school counselor too, so I understand, what it means sometimes to even give up one day of being in school, so being away from your students, because you're gonna go back to a whole lot. Y'all know that, right? They're gonna, where were you at? The emails are gonna be piled up. And of course, there's probably still some kid who's worried about the schedule and the grade that he has in his class, or something crazy is gonna pop up. But again, thank you all for being here. We truly appreciate it. All right, so now we are going to take our first 5-minute break. So you guys can get up, refresh, use the restroom if you need to. And when we come back, we will be hearing from our first speaker, Mr. Milo McNeil. Thank you.
Come up here and just hit this power button to make sure it's on.
Okay. Okay.
And then it'll recalibrate. See.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. Hi, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
You know, like, they are working, we can't see, you know, and just come back around to it. Hey, everyone. Why is it blinking though? Don't ask me why it's blinking. That's new.
Okay, that's how it's like. And I can kind of just stand it, right?
Yeah, up to you. Okay, and we'll find right where you are. All right. Yep.
Very good.
Gonna critique you.
Give me anything you want. Hope I don't stumble.
They only did some shared it. They said whoever can go last year.
All right. Good morning and welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here today. My name is Milo McMinn, and I'm the director of the College and Career Readiness Bureau. So first off, I know it's been a very, very tough few years, not only for teachers, educators, students, but especially for you as counselors. So I just wanted to say thank you, thank you, thank you. You surely don't hear this enough. And the more thank yous you can give educators, the better. I was kind of reflecting this morning about my own experience as a student with counselors. And the first person that comes to mind is Miss Bassett. I remember going into her office as a freshman, worried about my schedule. And she had a giant board, and some of you may remember this, with all these little students and kind of moving our schedule around to make sure I got the math I needed, which at the time I think was Algebra 2. Miss Bassett also came up in my life. She had this great program where she had all juniors do a shadow day. And this truly impacted my life astronomically. I thought I wanted to be a police officer. I wanted to be an FBI agent. And I did a ride along with the chief of police. And I was like, nope, this is not for me. I don't like giving tickets. I don't like discipline. And then I became a principal where my job was to deal with discipline. So my senior year, we were looking at classes and she signed me up for a tutorial class. And this was another opportunity that systematically changed my life. And in that tutorial class, I got to go in for half a day into a kindergarten classroom. And I ran their PE, I did reading time, snack time, and I fell in love with education. So the decisions you make, the guidance you get to our students really impacts their life. And I'm a representative of that. So thank you again for all that you do for our students. So I just wanted to share a little bit about myself. Like, who is this guy? I grew up in Grants, New Mexico. I was a Grants pirate. I went to New Mexico State University and got my master's degree in curriculum instruction there, as well as my bachelor's in history. And I also got my educational leadership postgraduate certificate through Western New Mexico University. My first 5 years of my career, I taught at my alma mater, Grants High School, and then moved up to Central Consolidated, where I taught history at Kirtland Central High School, and then became a STARS coordinator. If you know your STARS coordinator, God bless them. They deal with a lot of stuff, and I absolutely hated it. And I wanted to go back into the classroom. And at the time, they're like, Milo, would you like to open up an early college high school academy? And I said, absolutely. So we took an old elementary building in Kirtland, New Mexico, that used to be called Grace P. Wilson, and turned it into a CTE center, working alongside Navajo Technical University. So we were able to turn our library into a construction lab. We took 2 classrooms, and now that I had a construction program, our kids tore down and started to upgrade our whole facility. We utilized Perkins funding 2 years to build a welding lab. We had a giant cafeteria and kitchen with all this expensive equipment that we turned into a culinary program. And we also started mechatronics and probably one of the first computer science classes in Central Consolidated. So Von Wilson Technical Center is still there today. It services students from Kirtland Central High School, Career Prep, Shiprock, and Newcomb. After that, I went to Aztec Municipal School District, where we started CTE. And prior to that, they had some Perkins findings and they had no CTE director. Their course coding from STARS was not aligned. And my job was to go in there and start programs. So they started 11 new pathways, and we're also Innovation Zone awardees that are starting work-based learning, capstones, industry apprenticeships, and all kinds of other cool things. So I'm truly an educator at heart. I am most happy when I'm around kids. So hopefully in the future, I'll get to do some more of that, be around students, but I'm so appreciative of the work that you do each day. So I'm gonna share a little bit and I'm gonna try to move fast so that we can kind of keep on time. But this is the strategic plan from the New Mexico PED. And one thing I wanted to show you is this profiles and pathways. This is where my department, the College and Career Readiness Bureau, really follows. There's graduate profiles, graduation requirements, and experiential learning such as CTE, work-based learning, and project-based learning. I do have a legislative update. If you've been following the legislature, there's House Bill 126, which is changing graduation requirements. That has passed the House Education Committee, the House Economic Committee, then it passed the House, it went to the Senate and has passed the Senate Education Committee and the Senate Finance Committee, and will be held at the Senate floor within the next coming weeks. This one's very important to you as counselors, but I want to make sure that you know it's not going to happen next year. It's for the 24-25 school year. So current 7th graders will be able to meet these new requirements. Currently, as it's issued, it drops the credit requirement from 24 credits down to 22, and it also gets rid of Algebra 2 as a graduation requirement.
Whoa.
So, clap your hands if you think that's a great thing.
Yeah.
So there's some other bills about it. If you don't know or would like to learn a little more about that, just type in Google New Mexico Legislature, and then you can search House Bill 126. There's some other cool things that I'll talk about with funding specifically for CTE. And that's kind of my presentation today, the importance of CTE. I know many of you have various programs, but there's some data points that I don't think all people understand, and how career and technical education can really move us forward as a state. So the New Mexico Pathway Forward, again, this is a strategic plan. And the pillar that we're really looking at is pillar 3. And pillar 3, I call it a relevancy revolution. Kids today, now more than ever, need relevancy in education. They need to know the why. Why am I taking this Algebra 2 class? Why am I taking this certain math class? And Alex, if you have it, she'll do a presentation today on pathways to careers. There's a lot of cool tools with math integration, with New Mexico educators and New Mexico professionals sharing about what they do and how this math is applicable to what they do in life. So I'm going to move kind of quick again. The College and Career Readiness Bureau, our vision is that all New Mexico high school students graduate career ready. The mission is that they have the academic skills needed to succeed in post-secondary studies, the employability skills that are essential to any career and area, and awareness of the next steps in their career path. So here are some of our programs, and I'm sure I'm leaving off a lot. My experience in the CCRB, we deal with a lot of different things that come up in the field. And if you think of the College and Career Readiness Bureau, you can think of anything that happens in high schools for the most part, besides special education and some other programs, really falls under our bureau. We have coaches throughout the state and regions, and if you don't know what your region is, we can get you that information, that apply for Perkins funding, Next Gen State funding for CTE, but also help with questions with graduation. So if this HB 126 does pass, there's going to be a lot of work that the Bureau is going to do with outreach, and you guys being involved in this counselor group will be able to kind of get some of that information earlier. So here are some of our programs: accelerated learning, advanced placement, and now there's a bill about international baccalaureate, IP, that might be coming to our Bureau as well. We also oversee dual credit, early college high schools, And in CTE, Perkins, Next Gen, the summer internship program. How many of you had students participate in the summer internship program? A few, okay, great. Career clusters, innovation zones, workforce tools, careers to community, pathways to careers. We also do regional CLNA meetings, which all this may not make sense if you're not kind of in a CTE director or those things. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us that we can help out. And we also give supports with graduation requirements, college and career counseling, next step plan development. We do federal compliance for the Office of Civil Rights, and also career and technical ed student organizations such as BPA, Educators Rising, Skills USA, all the gamut of those, HOSA, and I'm sure there's more that I'm forgetting as well. So I wanted to share a little bit about expected and future funding for college and career readiness in New Mexico. So this was our amount last year for Perkins. Last year or this current year, we got about $10 million. Next Gen CTE, which is state funds, was about $4 million. We got $1 million for advanced placement. So if you have any of those low income students that apply for the waiver, that goes through our department as well. Innovation zones. Is anyone in here from a district that's an innovation zone awardee? Okay, perfect. What district are you from? Okay, perfect. Hatch. So innovation zones is a pilot program from the public education department funded by the state legislature to really transform education as we know it for the high schools with capstones, graduate profiles, and really it's a pilot program where we have schools like Hatch that are really working on work-based learning to get students out into the community, kind of like me, right? Doing that ride along, realizing I don't like this. And then also the opportunity to go into a classroom and really figure out what I want to do with my life. So this is going to get more and more ground. There will be an application period this year. Obviously, as counselors, you may not be the ones applying for it, but if you have an administrator that asks you about this, you may want to reach out to us to kind of get more information and guidance as well. So the big deal right now is this right side, and I just updated it today. We are seeing a lot of movement with career and technical education in the state of New Mexico. Changes in graduation requirement, where there's possibilities where you could take a sequence of courses that could possibly count as a core credit. There'll be more information about that later as well, but also getting funds for materials. When I was working in Aztec, the price of metal has shot up. The price of consumables such as welding rod, lumber, all those things have been more and more expensive, and CTE works. And I'm not going to share the data yet because I'll do it in a little bit. But if you look in New Mexico, students that take CTE have a far greater graduation rate, and both nationally as well. I think nationally it's 90%, but in New Mexico, students that take 2 courses in CTE have a 97.6% graduation rate. Can you imagine if your whole school had a 97.6% graduation rate? The whole state would be looking at your school, right? So pretty cool in New Mexico with that data. So we're going from $23 million to 116. Another thing that I'm very excited that's going through at the legislature this year is this CTE infrastructure. When I was a CTE director, I can use Perkins to buy equipment, but how do I hook up my equipment? Or I need funding to pay for the electrical hookup, or maybe we need a new classroom. This is huge, $75 million in capital outlay for facility improvements. So whether that's, ventilation systems, outdoor welding labs, outdoor STEM projects, and things like that as well. So I wanted to share some data with you. And we all went through the pandemic. Thank God we're back in schools working with kids. But after the pandemic, we had 1,000 students in New Mexico drop out of high school. And 47% of students that drop out do so because they don't see relevance in school. And we hear that all the time, right? Why I'm even here, this doesn't mean anything to me. The New Mexico graduation for high schools is 76.6%. And the New Mexico college graduate rate is just under 40, and state community colleges is 26%, which is not great. If we had a 26% graduation rate, what would happen to our school? It'd get taken over and shut down, right? So those kids that go to college, at least 80% of them change their major at least once. So if we can give our students opportunities like I had in high school to explore what they want to do, find out, hey, I thought I wanted to be in culinary arts, I don't like that. Maybe I can switch to welding, or maybe I want to be an engineer or a computer scientist, and I have class and course offerings available for me there. But in New Mexico, as I mentioned, CTE students have a 97.6% graduation rate. And I think the year before it was like 98%, close to, which is amazing. And this is just not in New Mexico. This is in every state in the United States. Another data point is that those students that graduate in a CTE pathway have an 80% graduation rate in college. That's remarkable, right? Students, if we can give them opportunities to explore in high school, they'll graduate at a higher rate, and when they go to college, they already know what they want to do. Maybe they got some dual credits, and they have a higher graduation rate than the state. So, why CTE? It works for all students. Females, males, our Hispanic, African American, economically disadvantaged, our Native American students, and even students with disabilities, look at those graduation rates. Pretty remarkable, right? So, for every 100 students that come into the 9th grade, 18 fail to graduate high school on time. 25 don't enroll in college after high school. 15 enroll in a 2-year college, but fail to graduate. 14 enroll in a 4-year college, but fail to graduate. 12 take jobs that they don't need their college degree for. And only 16 do the pathway that I took, traveling from high school to college to work. So again, looking at this data, it is very important that we give students opportunities in high school to explore what they want to become and have opportunities to find classwork that engages them and is relevant.
Is this a New Mexico stat or is it a?
This is nationwide.
Nationwide.
All right. So this is a data point I heard before even coming to this job at the LESC, that 19.6 of 16 to 24-year-olds in New Mexico are unengaged. What that means is they're not in work and they're not in school. You may know these students or had these students come across your desk before. They're in the ether, right? And these students need something in high school to change this. What can we do as educators? What can we do as counselors? How can we transform high school so that it's relevant and we can really take that capacity of 97.6% of New Mexicans, students that are in CTE graduate? We need more of this. And what does this cost us? What does the numbers look like? That is 48,000 kids costing each student and us as taxpayers over $900,000 in their lifetime, which is $43.2 billion. Why? Why are students like this? And I'm going to kind of dive into this a little bit. Like, why are these 48,000 kids, 16 to 24, unengaged? Our world has rapidly changed. The students that are in our classrooms are a lot different than I was, and then were 20, 30, 40 years ago. They're living in a different world. And the one thing we can easily tell is that students are still students, but they have new needs with drastically, and they're living in a world that is drastically different than the world that we lived in. This change is only accelerating, right? When I was in high school, I had no cell phone. Thank God I had no cell phone, right? We were involved in all kinds of crazy things all of the time. I remember after football practice, my parents lived 15 minutes out of town. I would get on the phone and call my mom collect and say, hey mom, pick me up. And she knew it was me, so I could save a quarter, right? Times have changed drastically. So we have drones, we have Netflix, right? No more Blockbuster, no more watching normal TV. We have automated cars, electric cars, Ubers. We have YouTube, which my son loves and he's always on, and we have to time limit him. Google Maps, Grammarly, thank God, I'm a horrible speller. If I grew up 20 years ago in this time, I may not be in my position because I was a bad speller, but now I have tools that can help it, suggest things, and correct things. If I'm hungry, if I was at the hotel last night, I could Grubhub and meals would come. I can also connect with my family across the United States. And as we know, TikTok, the addicted TikTok is taking over our lives as well. All right, so dive into the data. Our students are different, and I wanted to share a couple things. So this is the percentage of 12th graders who had a driver's license, and it's hard to see, this is 1976 to 2022. So, yes, kids aren't driving as much anymore. My son's excited to drive, but I remember becoming a teacher going into the parking lot, like, where are all the cars? Why aren't kids driving anymore? Obviously, in urban areas, maybe they're taking Ubers or taking public transportation. But from pre-pandemic to now, it decreased even more. Tried alcohol. We always say, oh, these kids are so bad. They're just drinking all the time, partying. It's actually less than you guys. And it decreased more. I have to fight to get my son out of his room, right? We were running around outside, eating ragamuffins, coming home at the end of dark. The next one, worked for money. How many of you had jobs in high school? I worked in a lumber yard. I taught T-ball. Those still help me today, whether it's working with kids or whether it's building the shed I'm doing this weekend. I got opportunities to learn that will stay with me for the rest of my life. Even worse today. This is why work-based learning is so important. You need to go out and see how professionals do it, but also realize if you want to do this or not. Learn what it is to be a teacher. Learn what it is to be an officer. Learn what it is to be a radiologist, and get those opportunities so that you can determine what you want to do for the rest of your life. And date it. That also went down. Pretty wild, but I don't have any new numbers for that. So our kids are different. We know that. Our workplace, our home, and our society is also different. And how do we as educators bridge this gap and change in a way that we evolve for our kids to make learning more relevant? And again, 19.6% of 16 to 24-year-olds are unengaged, not in work and not in school. We have a lot of work to do here in New Mexico. So one thing we do know is that technology will impact what, how, and when today's students will learn, live, and interact. So how many of you have heard of GPT? Some of you have. When I did this presentation about a month and a half ago, it was all before ChatGPT. How many of you have heard of ChatGPT? Okay, so we're gonna dive into this a little bit, and I just checked ChatGPT or GPT-4 is coming out in this quarter. So this is only going to accelerate things even faster. So GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It is basically AI, and it is an application of machine learning that uses mathematical models of data to help the computer learn without any direct instruction. It enables the computer system to continue learning and improving on its own based on experiences and resources available to them. So GPT-1, you may have never heard of this, or you have now because of ChatGPT, but you use this all the time. And it was something that came in kind of slow that we really didn't know, but it's your email contact list. If I'm there typing in someone's name, what happens? that email list comes up immediately. If Daniel over here does it, are our lists the same? No, because it's learning from what he's doing. Siri and Alexa, I used this morning to get here. Hey Siri, take me to ABC of New Mexico. It was able to navigate me and learn based on my voice. So GPT-1, this is the computing power to GPT-2. It's a lot stronger and faster. And as you can imagine, GPT-1 finds information for you. GPT-2 monitors and predicts. So we've seen this again. You may not even know this existed. But GPS, right? I said, hey Siri, take me to ABC of New Mexico. It navigated me directly here. How many of you remember being with your father on summer vacation trying to read maps and how stressed out he was? I remember my dad in LA freaking out and was so stressed out and fighting with my mom. And here I am, I need to pee in the bag, use the bottle type of thing. And it also predicts, right? We have spell check, Grammarly, and now Chat GPT that can write whole papers, essays, and other things. So this is 1 to 2 to 3. And GPT-3, which is Chat GPT, creates. So it does things like it can create a whole bibliography and citations based on whatever you write. So remember in grad school, you're all worried about this citation, MLA, making sure you cite it correctly. It does it for you now. It can create human-like works of art. There's some AI where you can say, I want to see, let's think of someone. Abraham Lincoln fighting a bear with an American flag and fire burning behind him. The AI will create artwork based on that. That looks either real, it could look like Van Gogh, it can look like all kinds of different things. It will also summarize articles or web pages. I remember when I was in high school, I was one of the first families to get the old dial-up internet. You remember that? My mom was always fighting off. And I thought I was the smartest person in the world because I knew what Cliff Notes were. I hated to read. I wasn't going to read that whole book. So I went and grabbed the Cliff Notes and was able to still pass. But now we have new tools that are even more strong and even faster. It will automate news stories. How many of you are coaches or have coached before? You kind of see those on Max Preps. It takes the scores and it knows the matchup, and the AI is actually generating the article with no human interaction, just based on the data. It can create coding and websites, all for the individual, or it can write an entire email or report. So overall, GPT-3 creates realistic text, video, content, so that the end user cannot tell it's a machine. And this will only continue to accelerate. So GPT-4, they said it's coming out this quarter in 2023. It is, if we go back to this one, it makes this down to here and the next one up. This is systematically going to change how we are as individuals, and it's coming. There's nothing we can do about it, right? And who's going to learn it first? Our kids. All right. So if you can write an algorithm for a task, the technology can do it more efficiently and effectively. This acceleration will only continue to change the world we live in. So we know we have this problem with kids. There's lack of relevancy. We have 19.6% of them unengaged. Our world is rapidly changing. How do we bridge the gap? So some things on motivation. There's some studies on this, right? And when you look at the data, I took this from Dr. Goins. If you look at what makes the biggest difference in getting students to graduate high school is career development and job training. You can increase family engagement, mentoring, work-based learning, school classroom and environment, health and wellness, academic supports, tutoring's even down here. But what really has an impact nationwide, and this is from the Dropout Prevention organization and their data, is career development and job training. And this is happening. We saw this with the funds that are coming into the legislature. There needs to be more opportunities for students to explore their careers and find out what they want to do with their life. This is CTE in action. So when students experience purpose and relevance in their own learning, they have a greater motivation to learn, they have interest and engagement, they have effort and persistence, they have task and course completion, they have higher performance, and they have a greater retention of new knowledge. When I think of this, I think of one of my students from career prep that came to my center at Bond Wilson. He was a Shiprock High student. He went to career prep, which was an alternative school. He had like a 0.1 GPA, poor kid. But he was able to have the opportunity to come to our welding lab and take dual credit coursework. He also had a baby on the way, and we had to fight for him to get out of that class because he didn't want to go back to school. All he wanted to do was run bead and learn to weld. And that opportunity for him changed his trajectory in his other classes because he wanted to participate in this. But more importantly, he graduated high school and then he went to college for welding. And I tell everyone he dropped out. And he dropped out of college, which sounds bad. But he got a union paying job at the power plant making more money than me as a principal. That's our dream for our students. We want them to go into an occupation that is high growth, meaning there's going to be jobs in the future. It's high enough wage so that they can support their families. But most importantly, it's something that they love to do. And we know when we're in a job that we love, it's not like you're working at all. But when you're doing something you don't necessarily like, such as Algebra 2 or that welding kid, it's going to be hard to get them to graduate, right? So the need, high growth, high wage. There's 2 million manufacturing jobs, tons of cybersecurity jobs. Obviously, after the pandemic, ooh, cool, 10 minutes, I'll hurry up. Thank you. So lots of jobs are available. One thing I wanted to talk about is skills, and this is a big thing. The top 10 skills of 2025, analytical thinking, active learning, complex problem solving, leadership and social influence. Businesses are not looking necessarily that you took Algebra 2 or this math. These are the skills that are most important to them, right? If you can get a student up and talking and working collaboratively and mimicking the world of work, they're going to be even more successful in jobs of the future. So here's a question. Are we preparing our students with these skills to be career and future ready? Or are we preparing them for the next test, the next grade, or the next level of education? So the world of work is changing. And this is a data point that just surprised me, and it makes me think about my 2 boys. I have an 8th grader and a 4th grader, and I also have 2 little twin girls on the way. They're all going to experience a different world than I did. And in 4 years, I'm gonna have a senior in high school, an 8th grader, and 2 in pre-K. I can't even imagine how much the world's gonna change. But if you look at this data point, 65% of students in school will fill jobs that don't even exist today. So how do we prepare them for those jobs of the future? It goes back to these skills. How do we make our classrooms and our opportunities look like this? How do we give them robust CTE offerings and elective offerings so that they find that relevancy and find out what they want to do with their life? Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Thank you. Oh, you gives me a future. All right. Maybe it's frozen there. Okay, it is the time to reimagine education in New Mexico to meet the needs of these new learners in the new world. The question, when will I use this, is not the problem. It is the solution for our students. We must connect our students with real-world academic experiences to create meaningful opportunities for all students of all backgrounds. And it's the real motto: relevant, engaging, authentic, and lasting. So just to kind of leave you with some quotes. Am I okay on time? Perfect. All right. Sorry, I kind of flew through this, guys. Here are two quotes that impact me directly. The first one is: the only source of knowledge is experience, right? If we can give our students opportunities to experience what they do like and don't like. I think of one of my students, Brock Beckstead. He got into our CNA program where we had students that went to San Juan College West to get their CNA. And then we had students that were BAMD programs through UNM, or the student who just got their CNA and went right to work. He was in that class and he's like, "Mr. McMahon, this is not for me." I'm like, "Great. We found out that you don't like that. Now what else do you want to do? How can we put you in that trajectory?" And the most important one, this is a Dr. Goins' love of a quote too, is to find out what one is fitted to do and secure that opportunity to do it is the key to happiness. And that's what we want for all of our students. We want them to find out what they like, secure that opportunity, and make a good wage, and that's how they can support their families moving forward. So that's all I have today. Again, I wanted to thank you so much for all you do for our students. I always think of Miss Bassett when I think of counselors and all the amazing counselors that I've had the opportunity to work for. So gracias, thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful conference here today.
Will we have this presentation available?
I believe so.
Yes, that's what we're getting ready to announce. Just remind you.
Yes. All right, so now we will take another 5-minute break. We have shared the PowerPoint with everyone. It'll be on the website. Everyone can have access to it.
I actually, she just said I have my phone in the
Discover something new in our own pride.
So.
Okay, so it's starting. It's starting in 1 minute. All right, thank you so much. Welcome back. We're gonna get started. We're going to try our best to catch up a little bit on the time. So everyone would take their seats. All right, up next we have Ms. Greta from ABC New Mexico, who's going to talk to you all about this amazing facility.
All right, thank you everyone for getting here and coming here and taking this time so we can share it with you. Again, I'm Greta Schumann. I'm the Vice President of Apprenticeship here at ABC New Mexico. I've been working here with apprenticeship for 17 years, and I can honestly say I love every minute of it. So what you're seeing on the screen behind me is part of our facility. We have a 26,000 square foot facility, which is dedicated to training the apprentices and our workforce, that current workforce and our workforce of tomorrow. Something just a little bit about Associated Builders and Contractors. So we are a national trade association of about 68 different chapters. Many of our chapters do the same kind of training that we're doing here. We happen to have a little bit of over 200 apprentices. Some of our chapters have 1,500 or 2,000 apprentices that they are training in multiple trades. The philosophy that we have is merit shop, which means that individuals should be awarded the jobs that they get, the projects that they build based on being the most qualified, lowest bidder, and also being the people that you have to do the right job here. So if we go on, when we're talking about what is apprenticeship, apprenticeship has been around for centuries, really. So if you think back on things from like Michelangelo and the Sistine Chapel, he didn't do it by himself. He had helpers, he had apprentices underneath them who were training. And at that time, painting was a trade like any other trade. You know, you've heard of like in the medieval times, the masonry guild, other guilds that formed to provide a skill for individuals. And the same thing, apprenticeship is learning underneath another person who has the skills and then being able to imitate them and learn and then become a master themselves in that. So again, that has been done for centuries, and it really is one of the most effective ways for people to learn something, because people learn things differently. You have people who are visual learners, you have people who are audio learners, and you have people who are tactile learners. In the construction industry, individuals are very primarily tactile learners. They learn by doing. But most of us, all of us, are a combination of all three. But some speak, some things speak better to us. For me, I got to have it in writing. That is the best way for me to learn. So when we have a definition of what apprenticeship is, see, this is what happens.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that one.
Look at, if you have to, look over here.
Okay, all right. Let's go back. Let's go back to bridging the gap on apprenticeship. So Ben Franklin, one of our forefathers, founding fathers, said, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, but involve me and I learn." So that really is the whole focus of what we're doing with apprenticeship. I'll tell you, I am terrible with this thing. And I'm pretty good with technology. Shauna is much better. Shauna Frank back here is our apprenticeship coordinator. I call her the brains. Because she takes care of so many of the things that we're involving directly with apprenticeship. So apprenticeship in New Mexico. I sit on the State Apprenticeship Council, and what we do is we review all of the different programs that come through and say, I want to be able to offer this to either in our schools, in our organization, or in our company. They have to go through a process about doing it. But here in the state of New Mexico, by and large, apprentices do not pay for the related instruction. They do not pay for their tuition. Here, you don't pay for your books. It is like getting a scholarship. It isn't really the equivalent of getting about a $15,000 scholarship here. We do two things. You have the hands-on training, and then you have the classroom instruction. So just so you know, we are actually approved by the New Mexico Higher Education Department as a private secondary school. And being recognized like that really helps with the advertising that apprenticeship really, when you're going through this, is really the equivalent of college. Because most of our programs are 4 years long. You're going through 4 years of education, you're coming to classes at night, 2 nights a week, 2 semesters a year for 4 years, and you come out of that with a certificate of completion from the state of New Mexico. But more than that, you have your skills. So you're at the point where you can go ahead and test for your license. I think now they're calling it a certificate, but you can go and test for your license, get that, be a journeyman or a journey person, sorry. I come from that era. And you already have 4 years of experience. Now, at our tables, we have some literature that gives you a comparison between college and apprenticeship. It is not knocking college. If you got to be, if you're going to be a lawyer, a doctor, civil engineer, all of these different things, it's college. You need to go to college. But if you have, this is another option for individuals who are looking and saying, college really isn't for me. So during the day, they are working and getting paid for the trade that they're in, and they're learning it. They're getting a progressive wage schedule By the time they finish, they're 90% of what a journeyman is making. The salaries are very, very competitive. You know how I know that? Because I'm the vice president and I'm driving a 10-year-old car with 175,000 miles on it. And my first year apprentice is driving a brand new 2022 fully loaded Dodge Ram. That's how I know it's successful. You know, so by the time they go through all of this, they're making a career. It's a career. It's not just a job, it's a career. They're taking care of their families and coming back and giving back to the community. This is your core for what you're doing in the community, because look around you. I mean, look at this building. It didn't appear out of nowhere. All of the skills, all the things that you see here are based on the skills that are in the trades. It's so essential. It's so essential. We offer 7 trades here: carpentry, electrical, sheet metal, and plumbing. So, am I going around here? Earn while you learn. No student loans, no debt. What's the big thing now? I have been for a few years. President Biden trying to get some relief for those who have their student loans out. $20,000 is not going to cut it. I can tell you, because I'm talking with people and they've got $60,000 loans plus interest, et cetera, and they've been graduated 10 years, and it's brutal. It's brutal. You're working in your profession from day one. You graduate with experience and an education. Our apprentices who come out of the program, you know what they are? They're foremen and supervisors. I mean, as soon as they graduate, they get that other bump in pay as well with the responsibility. There are many occupations and trades to choose from. The Department of Labor lists about 1,000 apprenticeable occupations. Can you hear me back there? Okay, I know I was loud. You want me to speak up? Yes. All right, I am gonna speak up.
It's gonna be
Oh, so, okay, you virtual people out there, we love you. Pay attention out there. So, I'm passionate about apprenticeship. I can talk forever about it. I know Holly's got to cut me off. I got 10. Oh, I got more of that time than I thought. Dang. Well, hot diggity dog. But let's talk about some statistics there. So Sean helped put this together, and she's amazing how she helps with all of this here. When I retire, she's going to take over. She doesn't know totally what she's in for. But if you look at this here, the employer is paying for the tuition, okay? The employer pays for it. So the student, the apprentice has nothing to pay for. If you look at what we do with the construction industry, even during COVID, we were still working. Other things were shut down, but we were still working. You are learning a skill that you can take anywhere in the state, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. You know, when you have that kind of knowledge and ability, you can basically name your price in doing that. And the satisfaction that individuals get from being able to do something. I know, you know how I know? Because I'm all thumbs. I am the person who has to call that person to come and help me do something because I can't do it. It makes a difference. So when you think about this, again, it's not a job, it's a career. They're coming from, now we do require you have a high school diploma or a GED certificate. But let's look, and I know they don't like ladders. Every time I turn around, there's a new, PC word that we have to use. So it's lattice, career lattice. Anyway, ladders are easy because this is construction. So we do ladders. So this is how a person is going to progress through there. Again, starting with the high school graduates. Now, for you counselors who are dealing with your high school individuals here, tell them to get real. Get real and don't have these fuzzy ideas about what they're gonna do. I had somebody come in yesterday, Tuesday, to interview for apprenticeship, and he wanted to be in electrical because he said, well, I don't want to get my hands dirty. I'm like, I don't know why you're in construction. Anyway, the committee decided to give him a chance. I was ready to. But that's why I don't make the decisions on that, because they give opportunities. So again, I'll tell you, we have graduates, they've already started their own company and they're doing well. It's amazing. It is so heartwarming. Okay, this part I'm gonna skippity-doo-dah through. Okay, yeah, Holly's nodding her head here. All right, here's the trades that we offer. And what I really like is this really tied in with, it was the gentleman, Milo. Okay, so here, again, here are the skills that you need in carpentry, and it's similar everywhere else. Algebra and geometry, attention to detail, problem solving, and mechanical skills, and the things that they do. I'm not so concerned about what they do. I'm more interested in what they have to have as soft skills. Analytical ingenuity, good customer service. Yes, how to talk to people, being self-motivated. Nobody wants to, have to push the rope. You want to pull it. This is specific to electrical. You can't be colorblind. I'm not kidding. There's going to be a lot of trouble. Yeah. So HVAC, and we have our instructor here, Dave Jensen with RK Industries here. If you want to talk about HVAC and the industry, talk to that man. Mechanical aptitude, patience and flexibility, time management and creative thinking. I mean, there are so many things. These are not knuckle dragging Neanderthals going around here. These are highly intelligent people who are developing skills, who are making our communities here. And the same thing with masonry. Can't be afraid of heights. Same thing with ironwork and plumbing. The expression for plumbers is they protect the health and safety of the nation, and they really do. Think about all the problems now that they're having in Ohio with the train derailment and all the other stuff, and the poisoning of the water. Ability to work within confined spaces, so don't be claustrophobic here. Sheet metal, again, critical thinking, design savvy. That is the ability to take a two-dimensional object and turn it into a three-dimensional object. And telecommunications. More than 40% of buildings, any building you go into is now, all of this is pertinent to it, without that kind of detail-oriented aptitude. But it's changing because we have smart, what do we have? Smart homes, smart buildings, everything. That's all with that here. What do you need to be? 18 years of age and older, and that's an insurance requirement from the companies. We require a high school diploma or a GED or other kind of high school equivalency. Be a resident of the United States, not necessarily a citizen, a resident. We had a little chatty poo the other day about cannabis with some students here. And let me tell you, forget it. This is a very, it's a dangerous occupation. You got to be on your toes in order to do this. So we look at everything. We also implement classes. I had somebody ask me, do we do Zoom? Yes, we do. One of our instructors hates it, but we're still doing it here. The tests, Shauna and I are here Monday through Thursday with the classes until 7 o'clock at night. I'm also here on Saturdays. So we work closely with other chapters to help individuals if they're looking to move out of state. It's just that simple. Now, what can you do? Dispel the negative stereotype about the construction industry. Again, it's intelligent business owners here. And, invite us. And we partner with programs to be successful. We want you to be successful. We want your students to be successful. Here's our contact information. We have a table up in the front here in the breezeway. Thank you so much. And after this, if you'd like to take a quick little tour, those who feel up to it, we'll just scurry around here and we'll show you what we got. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so it will probably be less than 10 minutes, but if you want to get up and do a quick tour, you can. If not, I'm gonna play a quick video on the screen. This will be for you all, especially for the folks who are at home, so they can at least see what the facility is. We will not do a 5-minute break after this because you guys will get a chance to stand up and stretch your legs. So I'm gonna try to cut out some of that time so we can try to get back on track. But go for it, and I'll see you in about 6-8 minutes. Yeah,
And she's gonna get back to me.
Okay.
Good side.
This is the old part, this is the old, the original version, we've been here for 10 years. When we started, we had 4 trades. Now we have 7 trades, so we have outgrown the space. Sheet metal and welding. They learn the hands-on portion, so they get to learn how to do the fittings, they learn how to bend the sheet metal, and how to roll it out.
I don't know how to make this thing work.
This is a, oh my God. Well,
You gotta
the apprenticeship program in here for 4 years. We also do it.
This one, I didn't know it.
Most of the time, we struggle finding people that have interest in trades. They do have to go through the interview process, so they actually need to be vetted and what they're getting themselves into. If you have any interest in the trades, this is the time to start. Start that. Hey, that was a good one. Member of ABC, construction company, wants to be a member of ABC that wants to train up people. I have them safe. And the books. Members that are looking for people. But for them, means that help them start. We're gonna go to what. So they have the ability to share the space. The training room where you just to flexible schedules to be able to do it. But that was part of the problem now, is we actually outgrew the space for everyone. Kitchen, so. It was in the brand, just go ahead and add on. So the current building is 13,000 square feet and we built an additional 13,000 square feet. So we don't want. This one will be HVAC. Our HVAC instructor who just came to us a year and a half ago. Many of these contacts to donate equipment. So we are excited to have LG as a partner, and they donated the 10-ton of equipment for the students to actually have that hands-on. So we broke ground at the end of February. And so they had a very aggressive schedule. These guys worked on the weekends. It was no result. So I think it was a project of passion for everyone, which is wonderful. And they got us in just over 6 months. We have 6 classrooms and 2 labs. We have an additional all of our instruments on iPad. So we have storage for the iPads, and we have an additional administrative called the teacher's room. They were already found at the kind of facility.
Yeah.
And now just the next page of it's amazing. Other than community colleges, the largest education special. There are larger training programs, but they're all one training. So that is all the 7 housing facilities. All of them on a job site work together. So why should they make friends and be connected and have a personal connection and not be limited to one trade? Right in the center of town, looking to find sunlight. Sit back and taking notes.
Do you know? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe. It's not. Okay, sorry. I want to refer, I feel like it's relevant. I just texted Joseph. I don't know if you're I know. It's so the last person. Okay, so. And we're just. Okay, I know a lot of. It doesn't matter. Okay. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, there's a lot. Are you comfortable with that? All right, we're gonna get ready to get started. secure locations, so. All right, welcome back. Thank you all for participating in the tour. I know that some of you had some questions, and I know Greta was able to answer those for you. And for people who are asking questions in the chat, we will do our best to respond back to you in a timely manner. And we will also, we'll ask some questions to our presenters as well to try to make sure that we get some responses for these questions. All right, so next up we have Alice, and she is going to be presenting on the pathways to careers. Thank you.
I'm Alex. I work for our educators and our students in New Mexico at the Public Education Department. I'm part of the College and Career Readiness Bureau. Some of you might have interacted with me before. I was the AP coordinator, so if that's a role that you take on. I taught for 20 years at Rio Rancho High School, and so I have friends from different life cycles, right? As a lot of you do in education. Right now, I am part of the leadership at CCRB with Milo, who's just here a little bit. And also, I kind of want to give you guys some context. A lot of people ask me, not just with this program, but actually just in general, of like, well, is this conference being done like by or by PED or by NS4ed, and like what's the connections between everybody? So NS4ed is, I guess technically from most people's perspective, a contractor that partners with us at PED to help us carry out our scope of work. And Angelica, if you don't know, she's not here today. Angelica left to go back to take a counselor role in our schools again. So she is no longer employed with the College and Career Readiness Bureau, although she helped set this up with a partnership with NS4ed. And so Angelica was a colleague of mine, and Milo and Breezy from here in the College and Career Readiness Bureau. So just trying to give you some context. But NS4ed, they partner with us on different projects. And so, yeah, their logos do pop up here and there. But if you're wondering, like, who's putting it on? The answer is yes, it's all of us, right? We're working together to get these things settled. So actually, we are in the process of trying to replace Angelica. So if anyone wants to know who's taking up that mantle, we'll let you know. We don't know yet. I also want to give a little bit of context to kind of wrap in what I'm talking about with what Milo talked about a little bit ago. And there's a lot of acronyms. If you're not familiar with even just the term CTE, it's career and technical education. What back in some of our days might have been known as VOTEC or something like that. We like to think it's not quite the same thing, but just to kind of, what are we talking about? But it used to have the stigma, right, of being like the consolation prize for the kids who didn't have the money to go to college or weren't smart enough for college or something like that. But really, we don't see like college or career readiness. All of our kids are preparing for a career. Everybody's going to have a job. Well, most people are going to have a job someday, right? Some of those careers that they choose, they need 8 years of college, and they want to be a surgeon or something, right? And some of them need a 2-year degree, and some of them need a certificate, and some need a bachelor's degree, right? We're preparing all of our kids for careers. And so college is a stop for some people on the way to a career, but not for everybody. But you can't know what your career options are until you can't picture yourself in a job you've never heard of before. And so that's a lot of what the goal of Pathway to Careers is. And it fits into the context of the College and Career Readiness Bureau, in all of these other buckets that I work with people. So Milo was talking about kids who have, like 65% of them or something will have careers we've never heard of. My son is in a career I had never heard of before. And like he got there, he thought he was interested in humanities type things, art, design and all that. And he ended up going to a high school and falling in love with engineering classes. And now he's an astronautical engineer. We're like, I've been in aerospace, but I don't even know what these things are, right? But he went to the military and he went to college, right? And that's how he got there. My daughter thinks she wants to be a midwife. And I think the first time she dissects something, she will change her mind. But that's good too, right? Not all of our students have the social capital to see what all of their career choices are. They know what teachers are. Yes, I will try to talk louder. They know what teachers are, and they know what their mom does and their uncle does, and that, but they haven't seen all of their choices, and no one can see all of them. But one of our goals within Pathway to Careers is to provide relevance in core academics, but also to expose more students to more career choices and arm them with realistic data about what it takes to get there. I don't know if any of you, I think this is quite possible within the, like the helping professions. I knew a lot of people, myself included, who at one point thought, you have this soft heart, I think I want to be a social worker. And then you get farther down the road and you're thinking, that's a noble career path. How much debt is it going to take me to get there? How much money am I going to make? And go, well, I can't do that. I mean, some people do, right? But arming people with career, like labor market data is valuable for them. Arming them with information about, can I get this career without ever having to do any math? Can I get this career by with only a 2-year degree? But that, different ways to think about where you want to go and what you want to do and how to get there. And so I want to tell you today about Pathway to Careers, which is part of a larger program. So Pathway to Careers is an NS4ed product. I'm not sure if that's the right way to put it, but it is funded by a federal grant that the New Mexico Education Department oversees. And so I am the project director for the Careers to Communities grant program. And that's the website. So CUC is funded by a federal grant. Everything we talk about is free. So a lot of times I know, like I said, I was in our schools for 20 years. I see something that comes from PED, delete. If I see something that looks like it comes from a vendor, I don't have any money, delete. Everything we're doing is funded. I guess you could say you paid for it because you pay taxes. Careers to Communities is, we say it's a college and career readiness program. What does that mean? It has a lot of projects within it. And this is, I would say, an overview, a broad overview of the projects. I'm not going to get into detail on all of them, partially because I don't have time, because they don't all relate to you. And we all do want to have lunch before 2 o'clock. But we have Pathway to Careers, which is a math curriculum. I think of it online textbooks. We have quantile assessments, which I'll go through all these in a little bit more detail. We have career exploration lesson plans. We have student guided career advisement tools. We have a series of videos, and we have an online CTE pathway possible. Pathway to Careers, or what we call P2C, it's a set of math tools. If you've heard of it, it has changed a lot since version 1.0. So stay with me if you think you have seen it. It teaches each new math skill and the concept of a different high value career in New Mexico. And while P2C is sort of like the star of the CDC program, like I said, clearly that we have a bunch of other projects also. The goal is to engage middle school students and high school students in a way that connects their schoolwork with their future jobs. Pathway to Careers is not an online class. And we want to reiterate that you need a teacher. I think the simplest way to think of it is like an online textbook that can be accessed for free through a couple of different means, actually. But we also have tutors who use it, advisors who use it, counselors who use it, and others. All right, this is the landing page of a digital version for pre-algebra. And before students ever see a math problem on a page, they see the context, the relevance. This is an application lesson. So in this lesson, you'd see how firefighters use triangles, right, to estimate distances, internalizing math skills, and how it could be used every day in a real job. And so the logical question of when am I ever going to use this is actually the whole point of this math curriculum, is to tell them. I actually had a teacher tell me that she was going to have to stop using it. She was a student asked her, "Miss, are there any jobs I can get without math?" This is another pre-algebra lesson. This has, rigid motion and an effects artist. This is Algebra 1, environmental protection technician, using, let's see, what are they using here? Significant digits. This is geometry, which is carpentry. And Algebra 2A, which I'll explain in a moment, aircraft mechanics, using inverse matrices. Algebra 2B, welders, cutters, etc., using trigonometry. So we have, these are the different courses available. I know that Milo just said our legislature is looking at not requiring Algebra 2, but the reality is that a lot of students will still need to take Algebra 2. And some high schools might still require it. And so the way the law currently reads, I guess this isn't a quote from the law, but they need 4 units of math, right, at least, achieving Algebra 2, and you can't include pre-algebra. So what we have done is actually split Algebra 2 into a 2-year sequence for 2 complete units. It is not just Algebra 2 split in half, because why would you get 2 credits just for going slower? It embeds trigonometry, it embeds statistics, it embeds these higher math skills into it, but they can slow down, they can learn Algebra 2 more deeply in a way that might be more meaningful to them, especially if your school is going to continue to require it or if they need it for college. They all receive HQIM designation, so they can be taught, they can be used as a core curriculum, they can also be used to supplement. Okay, before I move on, actually, to the next thing, I do want to note, I don't have a ton of these, forgive me, I need to print more. I do have samples of the lessons in the curricula, if you want to grab one and take it back, if you think it might be something that would interest your math teachers or tutors after school. So I've got a small stack of them. I don't have one to hand out to everybody, but feel free to kind of grab one if you want. Those can also be downloaded. All right, the next part of the Careers Community's total project and accessible in the same learning platform as the math content are quantile assessments. That is not a, let's say, that's not a concept that's familiar to a lot of educators. However, most educators do know Lexile scores, and that measures a student's reading ability, right? And it matches a student's ability to read with the text that they could read. So both the text and the student have a Lexile score. Quantile is the math cousin. So math standards have a quantile score. Math curricula have quantile, like each lesson has a quantile measure. And students also can generate a quantile score. So the Pathway to Careers learning platform, you can access these assessments. And this is like the home screen of P2C, and it's accessed, this is the light on it. At the very top, you would just click assessments. They're beginning, middle, and end of year assessments. They're not chapter tests. They don't relate to the math textbooks. But they show growth for a student over the course of a year. They could compare a student to a skill that they're getting ready to learn. They could be used by a department. There's all kinds of ways that these can be applied, and they are embedded freely within the P2C platform as well. Did I do something? No, good, okay. So this is one readout where the students get when they take their score, and you can sort of see here, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end of year. So this student, not only are they seeing their own growth, because they don't necessarily care about all of that. What they can also see is how their current math skill, like whether it was 750 beginning year, 1100 or 1140, how that aligns to the quantile demands of various careers. And so I might think I want to be a surgeon, but do I actually have the math chops that I need? And do I need to do better? So this is where you see that this data is generated within the P2C platform. Let's say a surveyor at the top. The highest math course that they need, the median quantile measure of a surveyor, and then salary data as well. So the application for this counselors could be, you actually do need to take Algebra 2, even though the state doesn't say you have to have it. What is it you want to do with your life? And how can I help you get there? I think I went ahead a little bit. I guess I should say too, the developers of the quantile and lifestyle frameworks have a website that they call their hub. And crazy, the hub it's just like hub.lifestyle.com, right? This the website. It's pretty simple. And on there, also teachers can access all kinds of data and tools and how to help scaffold students. And I need this lesson plan in P2C or in my textbook, and what is the quantile measure of that standard, and where are my students? And it just has all kinds of information for them to use. All right, so that's quantile assessments. The next resource, I'm moving on, I know I'm jumping really quickly. So far we've had P2C math, and the 4 courses are 5 if you split algebra 2 in half. We also have the quantile measures. These are career exploration lesson plans. And they're also, this is again, I keep going back intentionally back to the same platform. They all live in the same place. So right there, instead of putting assessments at the top or the math classes here, the career exploration plans are right there in the middle. All right, the career exploration lessons cover 7 levels, roughly corresponding to 6th grade to 12th grade, but it doesn't have to be that way. There's a lot of resources out there that offer career exploration lesson plans. Certainly, we are well aware of that. What's really cool about the P2C lesson plans is that they are all aligned to Common Core standards in different core academic areas. And so this one down here is ELA, Math, Social Studies, and Technology, and Entrepreneur Business Planning. Positive rate of return, having to deal with investments. This is a level 5, so this is sophomores, roughly. There's the materials are there, printables, PowerPoints, whatever you need are there. And they can also be assigned, there's teacher view and student view as well. And so we had schools use these, like advisory periods will use these sometimes. We have counselors who are actually working through them, or they pick and choose which ones they want. Schools with extended learning time. Last year, like I finished my content, what am I supposed to do with these kids for 5 days? They can actually find standards aligned lesson plans that meet different goals. So those lesson plans, there are, I believe, last time I counted 119. There isn't exactly the same number in each level, but there's roughly, I think, 11 or 12 in each. All right, so again, back to the main platform and then advisement tools. These are, students could explore these on their own. These are absolutely best used when guided. by a counselor or advisor. I've got stars next to 3 of them, however, there's a bunch. So, let's see. So there's 7 tools up there. The 3 that I starred are like the career matchers. These matchers help students identify careers that interest them in different ways. So we have, let's see, to begin with, an interest matcher. An interest matcher, this is a pretty typical matcher, asking students what kinds of activities they like to help generate careers that interest them. And this one is just a lightning scale. Then we also, we have a values matcher. And this is more about what aspects of a job are important to them. And so it's like a card sorter. So they would drop, I think, 4 or 5 cards into each category of which is the most important and which is the least important. So what's important to me that I can make decisions on my own? Is that an important value to you in a job? Or I can receive recognition for the work I do. So just different things that aren't about exactly what you're doing, but what your job is like. And so that's the values matcher. And this would also generate a list of careers that would fit into what they're the most important values to them. Right, so if a student has done an interest matcher and they've got this list of 10 careers, and then they've done the values matcher and there's a list of 10 careers, can they find 2 or 3 that are on the lists to explore further? The next match that we have is, oh, I'm sorry, this is an example of what you get at the end of the values matcher. So it shows here your top values or achievement, relationships, and independence, or ARI, and what are careers that align to ARI. And each of these, they could click on them and learn more about them and save them. Then we finally have the cluster matchers. So the federal government puts every career possible into one of 16 career clusters. These also align to our CTE clusters for our programs of study and our CTE grants. So this has a knowledge, skills, and abilities match. So it's sort of like 3-in-1. The more they do, of course, the more accurate it's going to get for them. But most of what this would do would point them towards, you might be most satisfied with a career that falls under the cluster of arts, audiovisual, technology. And so it's just a way to maybe just kind of narrow down what they're even digging through when it comes down to dig. So as I said, each of the matchers generates a list of careers, and the students can save the careers that interest them on a career page. There's just a little ribbon to click and it would put everything there together in one place. Another way to explore careers is through labor market data. I know it's kind of fuzzy, you can't see, but they could narrow down to their region. They could select a cluster if they so chose, and just generate reports. So how many jobs are open each year? What's the median wage? What's the growth rate? And they can sort those experience points. And yeah, there's another one. We have a career library. You can see that they can sort by career cluster, by interest, and education zone. So it's just different ways to look for more careers and maybe popped up on the list for them. So they're not limited to just those 10 that came up when they did their matchers. What I think is super cool, and I hope I have a screenshot of it, is so this is the same page. You can see there's career cluster, values and interests in the center, and then education zone. And this is just, like I said, a way to sort through what they look for. With this one, they can sort through just education zone. So a student who says, Miss, I'm not going to college, they can still search for a job that is meaningful to them and that pays the wages that they think they need or want, and say, I want a job that I can access with trade certificate, for example. And we know that there's lots of high value careers in trades. Right, so as students go through the various activities that are available to them, everything that they save or everything that they complete here goes onto their career page. And it might be a little bit difficult to see. I'm not on a student view right now, I'm on a teacher or counselor view. They can share this with you. Yes, ma'am.
This is what my admin wanted me to come here and find out about, is, they can't access what the students have put in.
The students have to share it with them.
So that's a step they're missing?
Mhm.
Okay, so it's still there, because a lot of the students did it, they don't have the results.
It should have saved. If it didn't save, that's a technical issue that NS4ed can help us with. But yes, they share it with the person that invited them into the class.
Okay.
So you access this with the joint code, like Google.
Yes, that's the same thing that happened to us. It would show up on their profile, however, when we ready to download it or to share it, we didn't get the results, so we had some of the kids review it and we had to print out the results and do it that way.
No, that shouldn't be what's happening. Technical issues definitely we need to know about. But in general, most of the time, what's just happening is that the students aren't sharing it accurately.
First time I've heard of this, so where and how do we access this platform? Do we have to create an account for our school or?
Yes, and I have that at the end, but yes, so you do need an account because it's free in New Mexico, but it isn't free everywhere. 5 minutes, okay. All right, one thing, I actually am almost finished. I think I have 2 more slides. We know that schools purchase software that does all of this, but want to point out again, this one's free, at least as long as the platform lives, and also that P2C is outperforming, according to Carnegie Mellon, that scored a bunch of these career platforms. Compared to, that's P2C at 39, this is Zello, Naviance, and Uber. All right, I think this is the final resource to show you about is our Community Voices videos. These are 5 to 10 minute videos of professionals in New Mexico telling the story of their career journey. We know that a lot of students in our state, like start at the beginning, they don't have an adult to help them work through this. And they can only be exposed to they can only talk to so many people, right? Even if you have a great job shadowing program, they'll have 1 or 2 opportunities to do that. And so these are very casual videos. These aren't slick and, kids see through that so quick. These are people sitting in their living room telling you about what they did in high school that helped them become a plumber, where they live, what they love about it. Last count I saw, but I haven't looked recently, there were 240 odd. There's supposed to be 300. We actually have a contract in development right now to develop lesson plans to help students, work through these instead of just saying like, hey, go watch some videos. The videos are embedded in the math curriculum where they're relevant. So if there is, let's see right here, a surveyor, if we have a lesson plan about surveyors, that video will actually be in the digital content. And there's also a YouTube page where all of them are freely accessible. All right, so how do you get started? How do you access this? I actually have 4, I think, flyers that have a QR code on them. I apologize, I wasn't prepared with my handouts better. Careers2communities.com is the program website. The resources don't live there. The program website just kind of introduces all of the resources, but there's a big button right in the front that says Get Started. And the Get Started page, you click it, and you're going to fill out a little form. You have to check a box that says, yes, that we're sending, non-identifiable data to the feds, because I have to say how many people are using because of the federal grant. And when you fill out the Get Started form, NS4ed actually will send the link and email. So make sure you use the right email address, don't put in a dummy one. You'll get a join code. And that link, you click on it, and that's how you can access a free account. It'll go right to the site. So when you click the link, you set up a free account, and then, you know, when you set up your class, even if, I helped a counselor set up an advisory class or a counseling course for sophomores, that kind of thing. So you would send your own join code to the students who want to join. If you've used Google Classroom, it's the exact same concept. You have your class period or your class sections, and it asks students to join it. And then when students join it, then it's a whole lot easier for them to share their pages with you. I want to note we have free onboarding, we have demonstrations. I can meet with you virtually and in person, depending where you are. I also have an employee that lives down in the southern part of the state, so we are more accessible in person. We have regular professional learning, we have monthly master classes, and more. So has anyone gotten confirmation? We have a June. No, anyone? Okay, I think it's June 13th, but we're actually making sure that we have the venue that I'm right. So we will have like a deep dive into the P2C platform. I think it's on June 13th, and there is a stipend attached to that for your time because we know that most people will be off contract on those days, and travel for people who live outside of a certain distance, but I can't confirm what that is. Or will we find out? Yes, so I am typically, we send monthly emails to people who are in the platform and just kind of updates. And of course, just call me too, to confirm what that is. So Tiffany's not here today, she lives now in Boredom, and so she couldn't join me. And Breezy, who will speak with you later, used to be part of our program as well, and so she can speak with a lot of things. So she's also a math specialist, and so she can tell you more about details of things that we do. So that's it. That's all I have for you. So please come see me. I have business cards, so you can contact me. Thank you.
All right, in order to cut back on some time, is everyone okay with skipping this 5-minute break? Keep it moving? Awesome. All right, up next is actually Breezy. So she is going to come up and talk to us about programs of study and monitoring.
I know. I saw the agenda and I love where they scheduled me. I stand between you and lunch. So this could go really good or this could go really bad, right? All right. So where is this the camera where my online people are at? Okay. All right. So good morning and welcome. I'm Breezy Buguedes. I'm with the College and Career Readiness Bureau. I'm the deputy director right now at this point. I come from experience in the classroom, 15 years as a high school, middle school. I even did elementary for a couple of years. So I've done every grade level, mostly math teacher, science teacher, PE, health. I was a librarian for 1 year and I have degrees in every single one of those areas. So I was also a volleyball, track, basketball coach, as well as a BPA and an NS4ed advisor. So pretty much have done everything when you're in a small school district. Those of you that can understand, Lane's Cross, I see Fort Sumner right there saying, yeah, at one point I was even in the process of getting a CDL to drive the bus, so I didn't have to. There was a point where they're like, we don't have a bus driver to take your kids. And I'm like, can you send me to CDL class? Because I'm going to take these kids to nationals, or I'm going to take them to state conference or whatever. So just a little bit on my background of what my experience is. I've been with the College and Career Readiness Bureau for almost 2 years now. I love the work that I do. The things that I learned in the field have helped me understand. So like, I haven't forgotten where I came from, you know, in the field, or like, you know, we used to say that about some administrators. They forget they were a teacher, right? So believe me, I'm an advocate for all of these initiatives that happen. So programs of study, going over this, it's very important for the counselors. You're like, why am I here? It's very important for counselors not to be siloed. You should know everything that's going on. You should be involved in our process. When I talk about programs of study, I might refer to some specific ones because our funding in our office funds specific programs of study based on what your regional priorities are within your area. But you can do any program of study that you want in your school, right? If it pertains to what your mission and vision is for your school. So where can you find programs of study? Is that my first one? Let me go back just one. Okay, all right. So where can you find programs of study? So here's a QR code to find a sheet that has the programs of study that we have, the industry credentials that are listed, and then demonstration of competency. And then in addition to that, so we just have a list of CTE programs of study with a STARS course. Then you have to go into the STARS course description and determine, now what is the course description for that, right? So what we have is we have what is known as a New Mexico CTE concentrator. So how does that pertain to you? So when we do reporting, when your school reports, your STARS coordinator reports to us how many students were in a specific program of study or a specific STARS coded course, we have to report to the federal government some specific data. And so the data comes from you. So it's your data that we're reporting. And what we look for is we look at how many students were in an introductory course. They started a pathway. Let's say they started hospitality and tourism. They're doing restaurant industry. They start with the introductory course, which is nutrition. And so we count how many students are in that course. And then the next year, the next semester, based on how your school is set up, we look to see, did they enroll in the second course in that sequence, which is ProStart 1. And then we look at, did those participating students, all of them transfer over? And if they did, they are all concentrators. But then, if not all of them transfer over, then we see a decrease in your concentrators. So what constitutes what a concentrator is we have, if you have an introductory course and a concentrator, you took these sequences, you're called a concentrator. If you don't do the introductory, but you do two courses, like let's say you do, so in that pathway, it's nutrition, which is the introductory course. If a student doesn't take that nutrition course, but they took ProStart 1 and then they went to ProStart 2, those are two concentrator courses. They can do that too as well. It's not set in stone that they, that they have to take the intro and then the concentrator. They can take two concentrator courses. Or they can start with ProStart 1 and then they can, or ProStart 2, and then do a capstone, which can be a work-based learning course code. It can be a dual credit course code that aligns to that program of study, or it can be an on-the-job training. So those of you that know course codes, that capstone ends in a 97, a 98, or a 99, right? So that's how you determine if the student finish this program of study. And so what we strive to do is try to move these students to become completers. So the next step is, how do we make them a completer? So what we do is we say, did you take a course and finish the course pathway? And then did you earn an industry credential? So in that ProStart, did they earn an e-handler certification? Did they earn OSHA training, right? And so then we have another term called a completer. They completed a program. And so that's what we're yearning for, to try to get our students that equitable opportunity to move from high school and transition immediately into a career if they're not going to go get additional training at the college level, right? So here's just a little visual on what I just explained. If you want to be a completer, you can do this pathway too. So you take 2 courses as a concentrator, then you take the capstone, and you're indicated as a completer. Okay. Some of you do the STARS. I know in the small district that I was, the counselor was the STARS coordinator. So it's very important to know the templates that you're dealing with and making sure that we are giving these kids the credit for what they're doing, right? We don't want to miss that one kid that you forgot to put the D next to that they've had dual credit, right? Because these transcripts stay with them forever, right? And so they might go back years and say, I really need my transcript. And they look at it and say, I thought I took dual credit. And they're like, oh yeah, you did. We forgot to mark it. Like, we don't want to do that, right? We want to really validate credit. So we have approved programs of study. So this is what I'm showing you here is our online versus the book. So this book says 3rd edition. We're probably like on the 5th edition of programs of study and we're probably going to go on a 6th this year because right now we're in the process of removing pathways or updating pathways or adding more pathways in there, right? So this is an example of the online form that we have. So you can access it from our website. And so this is the most updated one that you can look at to see if your programs are aligned or what course codes correspond to the specific pathway. And I just want to point out here, like it's horizontal. Like you can't start a kid here and then you can't start in here and then jump here and jump there and then say, oh, well, you took all these ag courses, you're a concentrator. No, it has to be linear across the board, horizontal alignment. So college and career, we have recommended programs of study within all 16 career clusters. Okay, so we push for you to start with at least 2 courses and a capstone. Okay, some schools require more. So I work with schools where they're like, these 3 aren't enough. I think my student needs to know anatomy and physiology if they're going to do this pathway. You're free to do that. You're free to do that, to add those extra courses within there. But as long as you meet that course pathway with the other courses that are aligned, you're good to go with implementing those high quality programs of study. So not all course codes are in here for that reason. We have intentionally looked at all the high quality, high living wage programs of study that give our students an opportunity and a chance to provide a living wage for a family of 3. Those are the guidelines for that. We want them to be able to provide that. So we also have, some of these have an AP capstone on there. Okay, so okay, so we also have AP capstones that can count towards that completer status too as well. We have very meticulously looked at some of those higher rigorous courses that align to a specific program of study. So for example, in the CNA pathway, we put AP biology in there, which makes sense, right? But there's some AP that do not make sense in a pathway of study. So not all AP count towards a capstone. We have dual credit capstone also. And so with dual credit, those require an instructor of record from the college, as well as somebody who at your school is certified to teach dual credit as well. The work-based learning capstone, this is the most challenging to try to set up. Work-based learning is what we really want kids to do, because the intention is that we don't want kids to choose between academics and providing for their family, right? And so nowadays it's really hard, like some families are really struggling, so they say, you need a job, I need you to get a job so that you can help me out, you want all these things, you're gonna have to get those because I gotta pay for groceries or I gotta pay for gas and so forth. So this is some work at the state level that we're really looking at in supporting work-based learning across the state, as well as in conjunction with Carla Melendez, who's sitting over there, who works with the Department of Workforce Solutions, which we have a partnership with to try to combat those barriers that we're experiencing. We pull data at the end of every year, and so we're able to see the percentage of concentrators and so forth. So part of your responsibility and our responsibility is to make sure that all kids are represented from all subpopulations as well. We pull your data and we look to see, are there more males in the welding course? And then we pointed out to you and say, how are you attracting more females into the welding course? Is there more females in your nursing courses? Why are all your SPED kids in one course? Why are you giving them the option or you're just placing them in there? What is your criteria for selecting and placing students within these equitable opportunities of CTE, right? So are we giving them those options? Are we giving them that chance, right? So it's important to collaborate with you with that pre-registration process. You know those kids when you're sitting there and doing these next step plans with them too as well, right? So there were some slides that were missed here. So what I had was, there was a slide that I had, picking a program of study is like a menu. So you go through, you use the resources that we have to determine what the menu is. And then you go and you look and you see, it's you working with maybe your STARS coordinator, your principal to say, what teachers can teach this? What licenses align with this specific program of study? And so it's a simple menu of options. It's just the implementation of that takes a lot of work, right? So why CTE? So we're looking at graduation rates. Milo showed this slide at our last showed this slide at our CTE application workshop, and so we see this all the time. Advanced CTE sends us this data saying that those that are CTE or and again CTE, like we always throw out these acronyms, right? Career Technical Education, and those that are involved with CTSO, which are Career Technical Student Organizations, have a higher rate of graduation than our regular students, those that are involved in these specific programs of study. So that's in a nutshell as to how the program of study, what the program of studies are, and your involvement in the program of studies and implementing those within your schools. What I want to get to next is the monitoring process. So this is when we go into the school and we don't go in and say, you did something wrong, we're gonna take your money from you, and that's all there is to it. We're there to help you with technical assistance, to help you fix some processes that, if you're sending us data and you keep saying, I know I have more than that, but I'm looking at the data and say, that's not what you reported here. Those are the kind of things we look at and say, what systems do you have in place in order to make sure you're validating that data, to giving kids that credit, right? So what is required is purpose 5 requires annual monitoring. And so you may be picked, and so this is your involvement with it too as well. So you may say, I'm out of this, but the counselors are probably the ones that we talk to the most when it comes to a monitoring visit. Because the kind of things that we need are, a 90-day plan, we need next step plans, we have you pull next step plans, we have you pull transcripts for 10% of CTE students. There's a bunch of data that we need you to pull you know, students that are enrolled in the CTE courses. So you're involved with this process as well as, you know, we ask, how are you communicating with the CTE director? How are you communicating with the business manager? How are you making sure your CTE director put the right course codes in there? Because you make the course codes, or you enter in the course codes, right? Or you assign a student a course code, right? So the whole purpose of the monitoring visit is to make sure that we're compliant with the use of the funding that the federal government is giving us for these programs of study. We verify that what your school does on application is what they're doing. Are your students proficient in English, language arts, and math and science? Are your students concentrators? Are your students enrolled in work-based learning? Are your students enrolled in dual credit? Are your students receiving these industry recognized credentials? So we also review the accessibility and the equity of are these programs accessible to special education students with disabilities? Are they accessible to your native population? Are they accessible to your low income? Are they accessible to your homeless students? We break down that data and we look at it to make sure that those students are involved in this too as well. So areas of review, so there's 4 areas that we review. Plan implementation of the required use of funds. So not only you, we get your business manager, you know, it's a variety, your STARS coordinator, we ask them how is this information relayed to you from the CTE director, from the teacher, from the counselor. It's not just a siloed work effort. Everybody's got to be on the same page. Everybody's got to give their input, and everybody's got to validate what they're doing, right? So accountability for fiscal and operations, and then the data requirements for collection and reporting. How are you collecting this data? How are you reporting it? How are you looking at it first and saying, are we meeting that? Right? We can provide you with our data, but it's always helpful to look at it first before you send it to us, right? So that's what the validation is. And so how does the monitoring work? We use a risk rubric. And from there, the LEA is chosen as to who is going to be monitored. So we use an evidence of finding. It's not just risk-based, we also use equitable criteria for how we select. And then you're notified 90 days beforehand that you're going to be monitored, and then you start sending us all of these documents that we need. The lead monitor gets in touch with you, creates that relationship and says, hey, we need all of these things. And so again, we're there to help. We're not there to capture finding. We're not, but if we do, we want to address that with you. And we want to make sure that we make it better, right? That's what it's all about. So every LEA who accepts federal funding is monitored. So anybody who accepts our funding, they increase the risk of being monitored. And it's not a risk in a bad way. It's just you will get monitored if you receive the funding, and your risk is really, really high with specific things that we look at. So plan implementation, these are all the questions that we ask. Are the performance indicators being met? If you just have, and we look at the population too, believe me. So if you're in a little small school, like somebody will see, oh, that school only has one concentrator, and I'm like, they only have 20 kids. There's some leeway here, right? So in the plan implementation, these are the things that we look at. Uses of funds, your equipment that they're buying, that you're using Perkins funding for, is it properly tagged? Is it properly, your fixed assets are put on a sheet and it's monitored? You know where they're at all times. You know if they've been moved. Those are part of those inventory controls. What process do you use to track your expenditures? And I know this concentrates more on your business manager, but again, it's all about collaboration amongst everybody in the school, right? We're all working towards that same goal. Fiscal responsibility, another portion towards the business section of the school. It's important to know where your money is being spent, what it's being spent on, right? Especially if you as a counselor use career exploration software, you should probably know where that funding is, right? So you're like, am I gonna have this again next year? You know, those are some of the resources. Data requirements, how do we collect, how do we report that? Annual performance reports are done, and then performance improvement plans. So you can be in on this when they report the annual, you can assist with that. Like one of them would be, let's say they have to give us a performance improvement plan on the fact that they want to get kids more kids proficient in English language arts. You come into play here too as a counselor, right? You say like, what can we do to help these kids? What wraparound services can we do, you know, and contribute as a counselor to assist in this process, right? Can we work on their academic state? Can we work on their mental state? What can we do to assist in that process? So in a nutshell, afterwards, a letter gets sent, we go in, and a couple of us go in, you know, we don't go in with black sunglasses and a black briefcase and, you know, just march in or anything, you know, we try not to disrupt as much as possible. We don't want to disrupt you, we don't want to disrupt your day, but we've got that job to do, and we just want to make sure that, again, we're there to help, we're there to assist you with this. Afterwards, the letter is sent and your coach will reach out to you for your region and assist you in this process. If you have questions, they'll say, what can I do here? And I know I met with the school the other day and I said, well, from my personal perspective, this is what we did in another school. This is the system we had in place for this. And so that's an example of what you can do. And so we can help you walk through that process of correcting those findings that happen, right? So you have 45 days after receiving to submit an action plan on how you're going to address it. You don't have to show, you know, we went into a school that wasn't doing next step plans. They couldn't produce a next step plan for their students, but they were already in the process of fixing that. And what happened was they had constant turnover from a counselor. They had 5 counselors in a period of 1 year, just coming in and coming out and just didn't do these things with the students. And so we are hurting students when we do stuff like that. So they knew that. They were already in the process of saying, you know, go back, sit with, like, find that kid if they're still there, sit with them and say, hey, let's go through what you want. What did you want to do when you were a freshman? You know, what did you want to do when you were a sophomore? And then just fix it. Basically go back through that process and fix it, right? And so that's basically, so how are they involved? You will be interviewed. Angelica, who used to be in our bureau, she was my interviewer for the last monitoring visit that we did. She did really great with the counselors. She set them at ease. She said, hey, this is what we're here for. I think her interview lasted the longest, and they went out smiling and laughing and everything. It was like, wow, you know, it was a great just conversation about things that were happening or things that they could do to improve. So your professional development opportunities, you know, this is your chance to say, you're doing it now today. You're here for the professional development. What more professional? You might want to get versed in CTE. Hey, I want to go to a CTE conference. Please send me so I understand how this works, so I can help you, right? Calendar college career events. Do you have a manual for students? That's the number one thing. Do you have a manual for students with the programs of study, or do you have a strategic plan that you've worked together in your district? So these are a bunch of things. How do you promote CTE? Outside of your classroom, do you have a picture of a girl with a welding, you know, plasma cutter with a hard hat? Or do you have a male doctor and some, you know, a male student and some scrubs or something like that?
Breezy, and this might be slightly off topic, but is there any talk about maybe doing a CTE, complete your seal on a diploma? I know this is a biliteracy seal, but some of our CTE teachers have kind of expressed interest in that. I don't know if that's something the state would have to do, if that's an interest level,
I mean, it could. Those are some conversations that we have had. I know I had those as a teacher and administrator saying like, hey, wouldn't that be great that would start that process? Something similar to the biliteracy seal, right? So if those teachers are interested or anybody, send them to us and we can do some sort of focus group too. Yeah, the boards.
so like on their diploma.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Well, that's where industry credentials come into play, was they have that when they go out. But that would be really great to show, hey, they were a concentrator, a completer in this program of study. Somebody else had their.
Not be able to become a diploma, you can absolutely find a way to add it to the transcript.
Yeah, to the transcript, yeah. Is that what you had your hands for? Okay, great. Yeah, so that's a great opportunity too as well. So students will also be interviewed during this process. They should know. Sometimes we go in and we're like, how do you like your CTE class? And they're like, what's CTE? And I'm like, what you're doing, culinary. And they're like, oh, is that what that's called? So, using the similar language across the board, like career technical education, that's what I am. What is CTE? I am CTE. This is what this is. So getting that word out. How are we getting out that to parents too? Because sometimes students don't, their experiences come from their families too as well, right? So some of them take on what their families do, or they don't want to do what their family does. So even educating families about what CTE is will also assist in this process for students to understand what CTE is too as well. So I hope I got through that, and
You did it a little early. She got back on track.
Questions before I go? I have a couple of minutes, but I don't want to stand between you and lunch. And so if you don't want to ask it here, you can ask me in the back, or you can ask me at lunch, and I can answer whatever I can. Okay? Thank you.
Breezy had a couple of segments. I'm just gonna take those really quick. If you don't mind during lunch, if you could jump on Twitter, if you have a Twitter account, and follow us at NS4ed and hashtag the counselor conference, and take a picture with a friend you've made. All right, thank you. I run the social media too. That's not part of my job. So it'll be great.
Okay. All right, it is lunchtime. Yay. All right, really quickly, all lunches will be picked up out in that little area where you all were sitting at this morning. There are some choices. We have turkey, ham, roast beef. If your name was on the slide earlier and you ordered a special lunch, please see Kelly, and she has your lunch for you. Drinks are still right here in the back. We have water, soda, tea, coffee. I think that's it. So enjoy your lunch. We are back on track. We will pick up at 12:35. Thank you. Yeah, you can sit here or you could go back there. Yeah, so.
So like. Ah.
Like, well, or working.
But listen, look, this is plugged in. It's supposed to charge it. Look, it's at 27%. So that's why I think this is keep going. This keeps going off. It's like, oh, it's like it's not charging. You see, like,
Well, this is not the first one you gave me. Where's the white one?
I mean, you would.
Because it would have had a little lightning bulb.
She like it? Really short. All right, welcome back. This is the first time. I'm gonna find out. We want to be back.
Mentality that is to do that.
What is my iPad name? I think I'm gonna look at it myself. Can you see? Are you on Zoom? Can you see?
as if you've never heard of it, this great speech called Shall the Spanish Language Continue to be Taught in Our Public Schools? Because it was really debated, you know, in the late 19th century and early 20th century. And so in 1910, 1911, she actually delivered this oration where she argued for Spanish to be continued to be taught in the public schools. And so this quote, we want to learn the language of our country, and we are doing so, but we do not need on that account to deny our origin or our race or language or traditions or our history or our ancestry, because we are not ashamed of them, and we will not do it because we are proud of them. And I always think of this quote actually when I think about the state seal of bilingualism by literacy, because that's really in making New Mexico a multilingual state in policy and practice. We want students, you know, to be proud of their heritage languages, or if they're learning a second language that is not English, we want them to celebrate that, right? And New Mexico has been, always has been a multilingual place. Okay, this is actually a I apologize. So since 2015, 2016, the state seal has been awarded for 24 different languages. It's important to realize it is not an award that's tied to bilingual programs, because we only have state-funded bilingual programs for Spanish and many of the indigenous languages. This could be awarded for any language, right? So long as students meet the criteria stipulated in administrative code. So far, or I guess last year, I should say, I don't have the total number of students, but I think it's like 4,000 something. But last year, a little over 1,100 students earned the state seal of bilingualism by literacy, and so far it's been adopted by 20 districts. So if your district is not yet adopted the state seal of bilingualism by literacy, you might want to go advocate for its adoption. And I apologize for the mismatch here on this slide, but it's supposed to say Portuguese and Vietnamese. These are the languages for which the seal has been awarded so far. So as you can see, it's a broad range. And if you're wondering, like, well, how can the seal be awarded for all of these different languages here in New Mexico? As I discussed it might become clearer. So the criteria for demonstrating proficiency and earning the seal is right here. Importantly, students do have to meet all graduation requirements. Sometimes our districts and charter schools forget, but that is one piece of the criteria. The other piece is that they must complete one of these 4 pathways. So number 1 is certification for all Native American languages. Certification by an individual tribe, because the state does not have any purview over Native American languages. And then options or pathways 2 through 4 are just different combinations of almost the same thing. So a student may fulfill the unit credit requirements, take an assessment, or instead of the assessment, they may do an alternative process portfolio for option 3, and for option 4, again, it's just another combination of that same. So here's a visual. And I like this visual because it does make clear that students have to meet those graduation requirements. Students cannot earn the state seal if they don't meet those requirements. But so in the case of option 1, student meets whatever requirements are set by the tribe for their Native American language, and the tribe notifies the district or charter school that the student has achieved proficiency, the student meets graduation requirements, they can receive the seal. Option 2 is the units of credit and an assessment. On our Language and Culture Division website, we do have resources with a list of approved assessments. And those are the only assessments by which a student may fulfill the assessment requirements. option 3 again. This one has the alternative process portfolio. I've actually been now to witness some of these presentations, portfolio presentations. They're beautiful. It's one of my favorite things about the job, actually, is seeing a student deliver, right, discuss their portfolios orally in their language. And option 4, again, it's just another
Question again from the chat.
Oh,
Is there a GPA requirement for English and language?
so it's assumed that when a student meets graduation, New Mexico graduation requirements, that they are proficient in English. And so the SSBB is about the language other than English, focuses all of this.
So question,
Yes.
you're saying it's other than English or divided skills, which is 2 languages. So a Spanish speaking student who's trying to earn the bachelor's skill, would they have to have the access constitution or proficiency?
So unless there is nothing in state statute or regulation that says anything about passing access as it pertains to the state seal of bilingualism by literacy. Really, it's the criteria about the language other than English. And so anything proficiency in English is really, perhaps you can find it with the graduation requirements. Okay, and so 3 key steps for implementing the state seal of bilingualism by literacy. School boards and governing councils of districts and charter schools must first adopt SBD into their policies. And then if they're going to offer option 1 or offer the option for students to receive the seal for a Native American language, they should have a memorandum of understanding with the tribes to whom the language belongs. And then finally, and this is key, the district or charter school, state and local charter schools, all charter schools have to go through the same process. They must submit a request for the SSBB image to the Language and Culture Division, and you will find the official request form on our website, which looks like this. So if you go to the PED website, and I think if you always, there's like those headings, right, where you can see programs or offices, go to Language and Culture Division, and then you'll get this menu on the side, go to State Seal of Bilingualism by Literacy. We just revised the technical assistance manual, and so I hope it's a little easier to read now. And then, now this is one of the resources that I passed out to you all, that we've developed. It's really in thinking about how to motivate our multilingual students to look into a career in education. We all know about the teacher shortage that exists, and it's actually, as someone who is visiting a lot of districts with bilingual programs, Spanish language bilingual programs, it's pretty dire, because without these teachers who are proficient, right, and certified, endorsed to teach the Spanish language, for example, those programs can't exist. And so this resource kind of tries to do a lot of things at once, but it should walk students through the kind of steps they can take to look into a career in education. So from doing research on community college programs or state university programs to kind of the financial aid that exists, meeting with an advisor, all of that. On the back side is more specific information about the scholarships that are available to, I think, students, New Mexico students in general, in state, and then across, and then specific to teacher prep programs. And then I actually did not know until the division established this, but students who are undocumented, or folks who are undocumented may also apply for a teaching license through the PED. And so this has, contact information, and some resources for students who may be undocumented who are interested in taking it. And so I did print some copies of this form. The one that's available on the Language and Culture Division website is actually linked to all of these scholarships, right? You can go and click on each subject for more information on the links. But I thought it might be good to have a hard copy so you can see it for yourself right now. Maybe hang it up in your office, make other copies. And then there's a second resource that I printed out from my division that's really geared towards students and inspiring them to look into the state field of bilingualism by literacy. I think I kind of rushed through, but I made it 30 seconds. Maybe I have time for 1 or 2 questions if you'd like.
To my school. So we're an IB school, and I think the previous criteria included advanced placement. Would we contact you to discuss bilingual literacy certification for IB coursework?
So I made coursework, I think. So off the top of my head, I can't answer your question. Yes, email me, and we can talk about that because I haven't had that question. Anybody else in the back?
Are there any other career opportunities for undocumented students other than teaching?
That is kind of out of my purview. I have no idea.
That was something in my head. It's like, why are we having them go to college and then?
There's a lot, especially if they have DACA. There's a lot of opportunities for this to have licensure. They can do law as well, and practice law here in New Mexico. Yeah, there's quite a
The DACA, let's say.
yeah, I think the DACA one should be more inside of the careers. But as long as they can, under DACA, we have a lot more.
Any questions on that? Okay, last question.
When will the state, when will it still be recognized by the university level?
Wonderful question. Our office or our division continues to advocate for that recognition, and we encourage you all, teachers, administrators at the district level, but also at the colleges and universities to really look into this. If anyone wants to have a one-on-one conversation about my ideas on getting this still recognized, I'm happy to do so, but there's no official timeline and otherwise. But thank you very much.
I know we have one more question. If we have a student starting Spanish 3 and then they take Spanish 4 and AP, they don't have 4 classes they can take. What do you suggest we take?
So then maybe the options that require credits, courses, maybe that's not the option the student should go through. Maybe they should do the alternative process portfolio and the assessment. And that's why there are those options. So that way, if the student can't take, 4 classes, they can take an assessment, they can do the alternative process portfolio.
With the discussion of changing the graduation requirements affecting second language specifically, how are you advocating bilingual literacy and keeping languages in school?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. And I'm not sure that right now I can answer that, but the question I will take back. But it's important. Great, thank you so much. Thank you.
Do you have anything to want All right, we will take another brief break if you need it. I know we just finished lunch. Use the restrooms if you need to. You can grab another drink, and then we will get started in just a few moments. Thank you. Thank you. We just got back.
Big day over
Or February, or actually pretty much every first of the month.
She's gonna do us a dance to bring us up. I know. Everybody knows it's
Hi, Judith.
So she can do it.
Of course, I know schools. We don't know. Right, it would take a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
You stuck it out.
Start. It's like it barely takes off.
Hi, Judith. I'm just doing a sound check. Can you hear me okay? Let's see. Judith, is this better?
Ever since we started, it's gone way over.
Well, and then we use something.
It's literally reduced down to. This is what we originally started.
Hi, Judith. Can you hear me okay? I can't hear you. Let's see. Maybe. Can you hear me? Okay.
Test, can you hear me?
Yes, it's a little low, but yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Test.
Yep.
Okay. I can hear you, Lynn. Or I can hear whoever it was that just. Yes. You can't hear me?
Can you guys hear us? Judy and Lynn, can y'all hear us?
Hey, can you hear us? Touch your ear.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Test, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, Judy, I can hear you. It's a little low. Am I low as well?
No, I can hear you fine, but I feel like there's a delay on my sound.
Okay. And is my background correct? Is it
Yes.
flipped? Okay. All
That's
right,
correct.
good. Okay, thank you.
I can hear you.
Share computer sound? Yeah. Okay.
Can y'all hear us now?
Judy hearing that one. That's what keeps lighting up. We can see you. Yep. Can you hear us now? Judy, Lynn, can you hear us?
Yes. Yeah, it's a little low, but I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Like, I'm not sure why it's. We can see them.
Are you not able to hear us? I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Use separate audio. That's the mic. Zoom optimize audio.
Judy, can you
Yes.
still hear me?
There you go.
I can.
Okay, and I can hear you really well.
Yes. We can hear you.
Can y'all hear us?
Yes. Judy, can you still hear me?
She said yes, she gave a thumbs up. Okay, good. Give us just a second, we'll get started, okay?
Just making sure you can hear me.
Yes, there you are. We're
Great.
putting you on the big screen now, so
Okay.
everybody can see you. Okay, not just me, everybody can see you.
Okay, thank you all again for your patience. We have our next presenter there already, and clearly you can see they are presenting to us via Zoom. So up next, we have Judy Cruz and Lynn Backford, and they're going to talk to us about graduation requirements.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping you can hear me. I do have a bit of a feedback coming through. Okay. Okay, so the sound is okay? Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me to present today. My name is Judy Cruz, and I am from the College and Career Readiness Bureau. And today I will be co-presenting with Lynn Vasquez on the House Bill 126 proposed graduation changes. I'm not able to forward the slides, so if somebody could please advance to the next slide. So are we at the next slide?
Yeah, I don't see it advancing, Judy.
House Bill 126 proposed graduation changes. I'm not able to. Thank you. Advance to the next slide. So House Bill 126 is currently working its way through the Senate floor, but we're going to be presenting on what it might look like if it is passed. So I know Milo McMinn presented to you this morning and gave you a little bit of information, but the proposed changes are for students entering the 9th grade in the 2024 and 25 school year. So that would be this year's 7th grade students. They would need to fulfill 22 credits in order to graduate. Next slide, please. I'm pausing for a moment because I'm hearing feedback on my end. I'm hearing my own voice presenting the previous screen. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, I think I figured it out. I had the presentation on the live stream going, and I think that's why I was hearing my voice. So I apologize for that, everyone. But the reason for the proposed changes, as you all know, the graduation requirements haven't been updated in quite a number of years. And I know that Milo talked to you earlier about students being unengaged and how it could help our graduation rate. So the proposed changes would give students some space and flexibility to develop their interests. And it would also lend itself to allow for community engagement. And so I see you guys are in the English language arts slide. So what the proposal looks like. If you look at the right-hand box that says proposed addition to coursework options. So there would be the opportunity for department-approved work-based learning opportunities, as well as department-approved career tech ed opportunities throughout all of the course subjects. So these additions would be added to the current listing of English language arts courses that can be applied towards graduation. Now, the non-negotiable courses are English Language Arts 1, English Language Arts 2, and English Language Arts 3, giving students the flexibility to choose their 4th year of English. Next slide, please. With mathematics, you are going to notice the same proposed additions, the Department Approved Work-Based Learning and the Department Approved CTE. The non-negotiables would be Algebra 1 and Geometry, or Integrated Pathway Math 1 and Integrated Pathway Math 2. Those would still be non-negotiable courses, but students would have the flexibility to choose from the listing of math courses available, which also includes some computer science courses and the Department Work-Based Learning, Department Approved CTE. Next slide, please. Regarding science, again, the same proposed additions. The non-negotiable courses would be 2 laboratory sciences. Next slide, please. So again, they would still need 4 units of social studies. And New Mexico history currently is a standalone course. And with the proposed House Bill 126 changes, New Mexico history would be contained within the United States history course. So that would be United States history and geography with New Mexico history, government and economics, world history and geography. And then again, it would give students the opportunity to choose their 4th social studies course. Next slide, please. So regarding physical education, currently students are required to have 1 credit of PE and half a credit of health. The health currently, there is the option for students to take health in middle school during their 8th grade year. The proposed requirements would bring down physical education to half a credit. Health would still remain at half a credit, but the area where I still don't have all the detail on it, I don't know if health will still be allowable at the middle school level. So again, that's something else that remains to be seen. As I mentioned, House Bill 126 could still take some changes through the Senate floor and then also through the governor before and if it's passed. Next slide, please. Students would be required to have 6 elective credits. Now, 4 elective units must include a 2-unit pathway concentration, and the students would be able to select from world languages, fine arts, health, military career prep, CTE, capstones, and work-based learning. Additionally, there would be 2 elective credits that would be set forth by your local school board or governing body. Now, one thing I do want to note is that if a student fulfills 1 or both of those additional elective credits, and then they transfer to another New Mexico school, the incoming school would accept those credits if they were accepted at their outgoing school. Okay, next slide, please. Honors, dual credit, and distance learning. One thing that I didn't mention is prior to coming to the public education department, I was in my 23rd year as a school counselor, and I know how plagued we were oftentimes with the distance learning requirement. What is it? What counts for it? And so with the proposed change, honors, dual credit, and distance learning would no longer be a checkbox that you would have to ensure that students had met these requirements. However, school districts still have to provide students with the opportunity to take honors, dual credit, and distance learning courses. And so at this time, I know I went kind of fast, but I do want to give my co-presenter, Lynn Vasquez. She's the division director with the Assessment Bureau, and she is going to present on the assessment side of the graduation requirements. Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Judy, and thanks for your partnership with NCCRB. So Judy addresses all the course requirements, and my team addresses the assessment testing requirements for graduation. Next slide. So just to underscore that House Bill 126 did not amend the demonstration of competency requirement. So it does speak to students needing to demonstrate competency in the 5 subject areas, and they can do that with some sort of standardized process or other things like a portfolio, for example. For those of you who are familiar, when we had these menu of options, those are the 2 screenshots. We started those back in cohort 2020. So that demonstration idea has not been altered in House Bill 126. The other thing that I want to point out is that with that removal of Algebra 2 as a requirement, the agency is being very cognizant about ensuring that all students get the Common Core math standards before they experience SAT school day at grade 11. Currently, our Math and Science Bureau have put together stakeholders from our districts and across the state to start looking at mathematics course pathways. And again, that's to ensure that all students have had equitable opportunity to learn all the Common Core math standards by the time they get to SAT at grade 11. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. This I'm just simply wanting to point out what our sequence of events have been. As you know, starting with cohort 2020, that graduation class were kind of the first class to experience the onset of the pandemic. And at that point, we had released the end of course exams. From that cohort up until the recent cohort 23, and then we just recently sent out a memo on cohort 2024. We know that school counselors need to know in advance, as well as testing coordinators. You need that information in advance in terms of the future cohorts to come. Notice that the demonstration of competency rule in MAC 619.7 has not been applicable to these cohorts. And so also when you get this slide, notice that I hyperlinked the 2 memos, and these memos are also posted on the CCRB graduation page. They have a great graduation page that is identified by cohorts. And so if you are asked, you know, what graduation test requirements does cohort 2023 need, or cohort 2024, those students absolutely need to participate in spring federal state assessments, right? That's our SAT school day, our ASR science at the high school at grade 11 for science. But beyond that, do they need to demonstrate competency in social studies, math, SAT as a separate demonstration that would align to NMAC 610.7? The answer to that is no. So test participation in this spring is good enough for graduation for cohort 23 and cohort 24. This past year, for cohort 2023, this last fall, we allowed seniors to take the test again in case they hadn't taken it as juniors or they were absent because they were ill as juniors. So just know that we will have that senior option testing in case there's any juniors that didn't take the federal testing. But do they need a separate demonstration of competency in those 5 areas? The answer is no. And those 2 memos speak to that. That's when we messaged that the demonstration of competency would not be applicable. In terms of cohort 2025, we're waiting for the bill to be finalized. And then one consideration is the opportunity to perhaps revise the NMAC, and where we get to define the demonstration of competency again. One of the stakeholder groups will be the Assessment and Accountability Advisory Committee that we would ask to help us with that, as well as other stakeholders, and that's to be determined in the future. And I think, Judith, I think that ends my portion of the presentation, so thank you.
And if we could go to the final slide, please. So we do have some resources up for you there. When you get a copy of this presentation, those are linked, the graduation requirements and the contacts. And of course, my contact information is listed, as well as Lynn's. And I do know that, you know, once House Bill 126, of course, it could still undergo some more changes, but once and if it is passed, we will provide more outreach to counselors and school districts on what those changes will look like. Okay, so I thank you all for your time today. And thank you, counselors, for the important role that you play in the lives of New Mexico students.
Excuse me, Judy, before you leave us, there's a question that was just put in the chat, the Zoom chat, that our virtual viewers.
Okay, please clarify 3.5 social studies credits to 4 credits. So again, House Bill 126 is proposing 4 credits of social studies. U.S. history would be combined with New Mexico history. So New Mexico history would become part of the U.S. history curriculum, world history and geography, government and economics. And then there would be a 4th social studies course that students would be able to choose from. And again, you know, these are part of the House Bill 126 proposal, which again, it could, you know, take a different shape, it could change, but once we know for sure if it's passed, we will provide that outreach and more details to counselors and school districts.
Thank you. Another question. What if they have already taken SAT on their own before the school day SAT? Does this count?
That's a great question, and I appreciate that, and I wish we could, but we have to follow the standardized testing procedures in state code, and that does not count for participation in the in our state assessment. So again, we made the SAT available to all seniors, both in the fall and again this spring. But if you have a question, if you have additional questions about that, or you have concerns regarding a specific student, please reach out to me at that email. I'm able to receive it there.
Thank you. Judy and Lynn, if you could just hang on just another second, we're going to ask our face-to-face participants if they have a questions for you all. Yes. So the question is, the list of courses for the 4th year for most of the content areas, has it been approved, and when will it be shared with counselors? And who is creating it? We can't, you're muted. You're still muted, Judy.
Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes.
Test. Okay, thank you. So currently, if you go to our College and Career Readiness Bureau website, you can access it there on that link on the screen now, that's graduation requirements. We do have a listing of math courses that are currently available. I think it's called 4th year math, and it also includes some computer science courses. But of course, you would also want to reference your STARS course codes as well. And again, like I said, once we know what shape House Bill 126 will take and the final outcome, we will be ready to provide more outreach.
Thank you. I have another question, then I'll be right back to you. If a senior missed the SAT during junior year, can they take it this year with the juniors?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes,
Yeah, if I didn't, if
Right,
you didn't understand that in the presentation, yes. And the
Yes.
SAT window has not opened yet. And so let your district test coordinator, or if you are the district coordinator, thank you for the many hats. But yes, it's not late. It's not too late.
Okay, thank you. We have another question here. Go ahead.
She mentioned that on the AP honors or distance learning credit, there was no longer going to be like a checkbox. Does that mean it's no longer required for graduation? And then the second question that I have is in reference to testing. What do they know what's going to happen after the class of 2024? Will it be the requirement to show confidence in the
Did you all hear that question? I'm sorry, did you hear the question? Yes.
I did not hear
the
it.
question.
I could not hear
The
it.
AP honors
On the AP honors and distance learning,
checkbox.
since it's no longer a checkbox,
It's no longer required for graduation.
does that mean it's no longer required for graduation? Did you hear that question?
Well, so
Yeah.
that's a course question. So
That is a course.
yeah, Judy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I heard something about AP, but would you please repeat the question?
For AP distance learning.
AP
and
distance.
honors classes, since there's no longer a checkbox, does that mean it's no longer required for graduation?
So when you read House Bill 126, that's how it appears, that it will no longer be a checkpoint for counselors to ensure that students have met that requirement. However, it also does state that school districts must provide those opportunities for students to be able to take honors courses, AP courses, and dual credit and distance learning courses.
And the second question about this thing seems still big.
After the class of 2025.
Do we know any additional details about what's going to happen after the class of 2025, 24?
No, on the slide, you saw that class of 25 was to be determined, but we have a sense of urgency about that. I think to Judy's point about once the bill is finalized, we'll be able to, move forward. But our goal is to have guidance out, entertain the idea of changing the demonstration of competency. Part of this is we are one of, I think, 13 states that still have this idea of a graduation exit competency, which includes standardized assessments. We've entertained maybe redefining what demonstration of competency means. And if we did that, we would change the rule, start modifying the rule this spring to have it ready for the beginning of the school year. We know that's important for you guys to plan for incoming students as well.
Are there other questions?
Oh,
Yes.
Sorry, just a clarification. So if it's the requirement for 2023 is that they participate in the NCT school, correct?
So is the requirement that for
Requirement.
2023, they participate in SAT school day?
The requirement is that they have to participate in all federal testing, all Title I testing. So for a high schooler, that would be SAT school day, as well as assessment of science readiness, which is the science test required at grade 11.
Any other questions? I see some nods. I think we're going to give a few minutes of think time or a few seconds of think time while it. Yes, a hand went up. There we go.
master or SAT are going to be given the opportunity, but it is not required. Correct? That was the last email from somebody. That's probably not there.
Holly, can you
So for
verify?
students who did not take the test during their junior year at SAT day, they will have the opportunity to take the test as a senior, but is it not required?
So all testing, all students, we're required to test all students. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's a federal requirement, it's a state requirement. So I don't want anybody to think that testing is going to be an option. I think it's a bad habit to get into. We know that we haven't been able to meet, for example, ideally it's 100%. We know that 1% of our kids are students with significant cognitive disability. So let's say 99% of our students should be testing, if not more. Not every district has a student with a significant cognitive disability. But given that, I want to be clear that aside from the demonstration of competency, there's a testing mandate federally and by the state. So yes, all students should be testing. We know that there's been students that might have missed testing because they had COVID or because they were sick, which is one of the reasons why we allowed for senior testing, meaning that if they missed it as juniors, they had the opportunity to test again as seniors. So that's my response to that question. Again, I put the testing window. Please reach out to me if you don't have the link, but your DTC has the testing schedule and you can still test for SAT. That window doesn't open until April 12th and 14th. There's another session for 18th and 19th, and there's a makeup session in April 25th to the 27th. And the ASR window has not opened yet either. So. Let me also say, just really quick, let me also just underscore, there's a little lag here, that it's participation. The demonstration of competency might say they had to get a certain cut score or a certain score in order to graduate. That no longer, that does not apply to this cohort. So they have to participate, but they don't have to get a certain score in order to graduate.
So there's a memo, Lynn, from Dr. Steinhaus at August 22nd.
Yeah, the memos are linked in the PowerPoint, yes. And the memos regarding the demonstration of competency.
So, participation.
Not participating, they can still graduate.
All right, so Lindy, I don't know if you heard that question, but the question is, if so long as the school met the 95%, if there is a senior who did not test, that's like in the 5%, right? They have this, they still have the opportunity to do that if they and can they graduate if they choose not to take it? Or if they don't take it?
I think that's ultimately what they want to know. Can the students still graduate?
If they haven't taken it, if the school has met the participation.
So if the school met the participation rate, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, yes. They're two separate questions, right? For the 2024 cohort, 2023 cohort, if the school met participation.
I want to make sure that, give me a minute to go to a memo, just make sure that I'm reading it the same way.
Okay, thank you, Lynn.
Sure. Yeah, so notice in the memo, it says additionally cohort 2024 students must have participated. Oh, that's the 2024. Let me go to 2023.
Yeah, 2023 is we're getting ready to
you're
graduate.
Asking about 2023. Yeah.
Yes.
So due to the pandemic allows continuation of the passing of coursework as a demonstration of competency for cohort 22 and 2023. So the part here is that it's speaking to the demonstration of competency, which is separate than the Title I federal testing requirement. And so what I'm hearing is, so what I'm responding to is the fact that all students should be participating in testing. If there's a cohort 2023 graduate that ended up getting a medical waiver, or they, for some reason, this is why we opened testing in cohort, we opened senior testing this year for that cohort. So the students in 2023 may not have taken the test as juniors because of being sick for COVID, for example. Then we messaged that those students were to take the test as seniors, and we had opportunities in the fall, and we have opportunities again in the spring to take that test. Notice the memo is only talking about the demonstration of competency for those students. So it waives the idea of having to get a certain score to graduate, right? The demonstration of competency, as you've known it, students had to get a certain score on the ASVAB, or a certain score on when it was years ago, PARC. They had to get a certain score. They could use the AP and IB, work keys. But that's still separate than the state requirement for Title I testing. And so I want to be clear about that, which is, again, why we messaged to DTCs very strongly about making sure that students were able to test. Now, let's say the student missed their junior year, and for some reason this year, there's a tremendous medical issue, and the student has a medical impairment, or the student happens to be pregnant. We know that happens during the test window. We have medical exemptions for medical emergencies that would excuse the student. But again, it's not a blanket excuse for any student that just decided not to take the test. Okay.
Hey,
If,
Lynn,
again,
yeah, I put something in the chat.
I would say
just
if there's more questions about this, I just want to make sure that we're always partnering with our schools and district test coordinators. If you have a specific issue in your district that you're not sure about, or that you want to approach with us, please know our door is open for that. We understand circumstances that occur with families and students. I would encourage you to reach out to the team, reach out to Nick Salazar, my AD, or myself, and we are happy to talk with you one-on-one about those things. Okay.
So, Lynn, I just put in the chat, I think the question is directly related to the August 2nd memo from Dr. Steinhaus. If you have an opportunity to review that.
I can, yeah, I'll take a look at it. I don't want to hold up the conference, but maybe, let's see. Let's see. When I only see, when I look at cohort on the CCRB page, when I look at cohort 2023 and I click on that, I see an August 24th memo. I don't see an August 2nd memo. So if there's a reference to a different memo that's August 2nd, I don't have it. I'm not sure unless it's got posted in an odd place.
So Lynn, we're going to get you that memo because I think there's some questions stemming specifically to what was included there.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link to the CCRB graduation webpage where we have memos posted by cohort. And so what I spoke to was the one that's listed for cohort 2023, which is the August 24th memo. Okay.
Lynn, I have Gretchen Chase here. She just walked up to me and she wants to read to you what's on the memo. So can you just hang tight?
Hey, Lynn, sorry about that. And I guess my DTC role, but this is the question.
Okay.
On the August 2nd memo from Dr. Steinhaus, it says cohort 2023 and cohort 2024 Title I assessment participation requirement. Cohort 2023 students who did not participate in spring 2022 Title I assessments are encouraged but not required to participate in ELM, SAT, and ASR assessments during their senior year. However, 2024 is required. So
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what, he
Thank
has
you.
said it
Okay.
is not
I, okay. I'm hoping, and I'll follow up with CCRB. I don't know, when I look at the cohort 2023 on the website, I only see the August 24th memo. So thank you for pointing that out. I don't know if it's in a different place, but thank you for pointing that out. But for anybody who is wanting to test juniors that missed the junior year, there is still testing available as seniors this year.
So to be clear, right, based on that memo, for the class of 2023, it is an option, but not a requirement for graduation. Correct?
That's what she just read, but again, I'm not finding that language on the CCRB website, not under cohort 2023, but we'll find it. And we probably, again, I'm just looking at the other cohorts quickly just to see if it got posted in the wrong area.
So Lynn, I really appreciate you. And hi, my name is Jamisa, by the way. I just want to lift that up as like a high priority question as we are
I understand.
very close to graduation.
I would say,
so we don't want to belabor the point, but
I would
want to
say
be clear
that,
important.
I would say,
Yeah.
I would say go with what was read. I mean, I don't think the DTC has a reason to lie to the group. So I think just it's not posted in the right area that I'm referencing. So we'll find it and get it replaced on the website.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We do need a break. We need to reset. We need 5 minutes. Thank you, Judy and Lynn.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. No, that's okay. And these are the key definitions you'll want to learn. I'm sure you all, speaking to the choir, as they say, singing to the choir here, you know about the impact on support levels. This is what a Attendance for Success Act plan should look like, with whole school interventions, individualized prevention, early interventions, and then that intensive support for students who are chronically absent. If you are part of an attendance team, you're made up of court, and we're hoping that every school has an attendance team, and if not every school, for sure every district. That's the requirements of the Attendance for Success Act. Everything's good, Kelly?
We're good.
All right. There's some, just like just like graduation requirements, there's some proposed changes to the Attendance Success Act. Is a Senate Bill 367. These are the key things to look for. And the most important thing is they're going to improve the reporting requirements. And I hope by improve, they mean shorten them and make them easier. But also providing whole school interventions and methods to re-engage dropouts. So dropout prevention is going to play a critical role in what they're going to ask for in Senate Bill 367. And one of the most important things is finally, attendance is finally going to get a fund of its own. So districts will be able to apply for funding. We're not sure how much yet. I think the original proposal was 16 million. So it would flow through to the state, to the districts from the PED. So there's going to be some requirements on allowable uses. But for the first time, districts and schools will have some funding to help with incentives, to help pay for attendance coaches, extra attendance coaches if they need it, interventionists, and there'll be a wide range of uses for that funding. And then creating a less punitive enforcement, more incentive-based improvements. And that's critical too, because we're moving away from the truancy officer, right? We're moving away from the attendance officer. This needs to be a friendlier environment. Because, when we looked at this, I think the model across the nation has been, we wish we could just measure engagement rather than attendance. Are students engaged in however they're getting their education? Can they go to school 4 hours a day and then work 2 hours? Are they engaged in their education? Right now, it's very compulsory, right? Moving away from compulsory, like butts in seats, 6.5 hours a day. So they're trying to move away from that to re-engage students into the way of the world, really, is how work is going and how the world is kind of evolving. So I'm looking forward to seeing how all this works and working with you all in the future. I want to bring up Dana now. She can talk to you about critical supports for homeless students. Which one? That. Okay.
Thank you. All right, can you guys hear me? Yeah, almost everybody can almost hear me. So I made a state coordinator of the Homeless Children and Youth Public Education Program with the Student Success and Wellness Bureau. And I'm going to talk to you for a few minutes about homelessness, which is why you guys all came. I know I didn't hang it out till Friday afternoon, right? All right. So if you're interested, I would really like for you to take a look at Chapin Hall's study called Missed Opportunities, Youth Homelessness in America, National Estimates. Because that research was really revealing for our students experiencing homelessness. We looked at what their risk factors might be. And so lack of a high school credential is the single largest factor placing youth at risk of experiencing homelessness. Not having that piece of paper in their hand when they leave your school system is going to alter their life in some way or another. So if you want to just go ahead and kind of look at the other ones up here, you can see that that's 346% are youth that are more likely to be homeless. Because they did not have their GED. The next highest group is unmarried, pregnant, parenting youth, followed by youth reporting an annual household income less than 24,000, so living in poverty. Next is LGBTQ youth,
And then Black or African American, and the last one here is Hispanic and non-white youth. We know that education matters, right? It can change people's lives. So the research went ahead and told us that there's also a bi-directional relationship. So basically what this is saying is students who are living in stable housing are more likely to be educationally successful and go on and throughout their life to be pretty, income and safety. They have those safety nets in place because they kind of had all the advantages going through. But the opposite is true for our students experiencing homelessness. So if they have unstable housing, then they're less likely to have educational success and have a future that they really would like to have. So, there's a lot of things we have to take into consideration that our students might be dealing with. Maybe some mental health sort of stuff going on. Structural racism is in place. That could possibly be it. This is even too small for me to read. I can't even see what that one says. And poverty, family, and social isolation. So, I'm pretty certain that this is too hard for you guys to see all the way back there. But I looked at the dashboard that Barb pointed out for us, and I took this one out because it stood out to me the very most. But you're going to see the same trend throughout all of that data. And the student group with the highest chronic or absentee rate is students experiencing homelessness. Right here are students that are just poor. Right here are students that are housed. So we really, really got to do a lot more for our students experiencing homelessness to help them be successful in school. So, probably asking at this point, why do students experiencing homelessness have the highest chronic absentee rates? Because that's exactly what we should be asking right now, right? So they have some challenges that affect their education in ways that our other students don't have to take that much into consideration. So students experiencing homelessness, they might not be able to meet all the school enrollment requirements. If you've moved around quite a bit, you might have lost your documentation somewhere along the way. Maybe you put it in storage and weren't able to pay that and lost it altogether. Maybe your stuff was in the house and when you guys got kicked out, everything stayed there. I don't know if you're just like me anyway. It's hard for me to keep track of everything everywhere I go just on a good day. So if I'm taking all my belongings with me, it might be difficult. All right, so they move around and change schools a lot. So we know that every time that a student makes a move to another school, they lose 40 to 60% of their academic progress that they've made so far. And our students can move anywhere between 2 and 9 times a year. So our students are more likely to be hungry, tired, anxious, depressed because of their living situation and kind of what their struggles are having to go through every single day just to get their basic needs met. Obviously, they might not have school supplies that they need or a safe, a quiet place to study. They might not have access to reliable transportation. Our families can live in some really interesting places sometimes, and sometimes school buses can't even get to them. And also they might not have a parent or guardian to help them make good decisions along the way, like get up and go to school, right? So as a result, we're going to see that our students are going to be more chronically absent from school. They can tend to look like maybe there's some other bad kids, but they're not bad kids. They have different circumstances. Maybe they have to work. They're having to make a decision between going to school and working to support themselves, or maybe they're having to contribute to the family income or take care of their siblings or take care of their own children. There's a lot of different reasons why our kids miss school. But ultimately, what happens is they get lower grades, right? Because the challenges are just so great for them. A lot of them have we have some special needs, which really makes that homeless living situation even more complicated for them in order to be able to do well in school. We know that our kids score poorly on assessment tests, and that's if they even were there that day when they did the assessment test. So that's half the challenge right there. But the ultimate thing is that our kids are going to drop out of school because they have so much working against them that going to school is just not on the top of their list right now. So the state graduation rate is 78%, but students experiencing homelessness graduation rate is 58%. That's a 20% difference. That's quite a bit. All right, so education changes lives, no big news, right? We all knew that. That's what we're here. So let's talk about the McKinney Mental Homeless Assistance Act and why it matters. Okay, the basics of McKinney-Vento. This law's been around for a really long time. This has been around since 1987, but you know, it was a good law then, but there were a lot of loopholes and you know, things that didn't quite jive the way it was supposed to. So over those 27 whatever years that we had before ESSA came along, we went ahead and took all those best practices, we closed all those loopholes. We have a nice, strong law now. So it was reauthorized with the Every Student Succeeds Act. It is the only educational law that addresses the unique educational barriers and challenges faced by our students experiencing homelessness. And it requires a state coordinator, that's me, and every LEA has a homeless liaison. Raise your hand if you know your homeless liaison. I'm not gonna, hey. Oh yay! It looks like my evil master plan is working. You guys are working together, that's great. All right. So the homeless liaison has 10 legal duties, and we've scrunched them into 7 for you because we're just good like that. Their main job is to make sure that our students are being identified. In fact, they are the only ones who have the legal ability to determine if a student is experiencing homelessness according to our definition. We'll get there. And they also are in charge of making sure that our kids get enrolled. You know, if they show up and they don't have their enrollment paperwork, it doesn't matter. They get enrolled immediately. And the homeless liaison's job is then to help you get that enrollment paperwork. All right, so we want to make sure that when we're looking at the family, you know, the student, we want to try to look at all the kids that are in the household, because we know that intervening as soon as possible is the best way to help these kids get on track and, you know, make sure that they're ready for the education system when they hit us. So we also refer, you know, schools are good. We do a lot of good stuff in schools, right? We do everything that we possibly can, but we can't meet all of our students' needs within the school system. So we have to know who our partners are on the outside to help fill in those gaps, like housing, mental health, food, those other things that we take into consideration with the whole child. Okay, and we have to make sure that our students' parents are able to participate in their education, because, you know, we want them to be just involved as everybody else's parents do. It's not that those parents don't care, they're just in a bad situation. All right, and we have to make sure that we are disseminating information so that students, families, you guys can see. Hopefully you're seeing some posters in your school that says, hey, are you living in one of these situations? If so, contact blah, blah, your homeless liaison and get some more information. Do you guys see those in your schools? Okay, I'm gonna look away from you guys until I get to see them, because that's supposed to be happening. Because you know that would increase a youth's odds of saying, oh, maybe there's some additional services for me. Maybe I could talk to somebody and get some help. All right, and then their job is to make sure also that you guys know about the McKinney Mental Homeless Assistance Act, what homelessness looks like for your students, and who to get in touch with in case you feel like you have a student that qualifies. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about unaccompanied homeless youth, because their situation is even a little bit more different than what our typical homeless student might look like. Oh, okay. All right. So you want to find out who your homeless liaison is. If you don't know already, I'm required to report it on the Public Education Department's website. So I have a link right here for you. There's a tab that's broken down by school district, and it's broken down by state charter school. And I encourage you also to look at the data section, because we have the homeless student counts for from 2010 to 2021 on there. If you think we don't have those kind of kids in our school, you might be surprised. All right, so the definition is really the most important part of this whole thing. So we're gonna make sure you guys understand this. And it's that we're talking about any of your students who are lacking a fixed, regular, and nighttime residence. Fixed means it's a permanent place to live. A house is permanent. Regular means I can lay my head on that pillow, go to sleep every single night in that bed, because that's where I live. And adequate is something we'll talk about in the next slide. Okay, so who qualifies as what qualifies as fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence? So sharing the housing of others due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or similar reasons
How many of you guys have let somebody stay in your home with you for just a little bit until they can get it back together again and get on their own? Oh, you guys have good boundaries. You're like, oh, there are very few hands, so that's good. Boundaries are good. Anyway, that's what most people are gonna do. We don't have a lot of shelters. We gotta make sure that, you know, we're somewhere with a roof over our heads. So we look to our family and friends to let us stay with them. Also, any of your students who are living in hotels, motels, trailer parks, or camping grounds. Trailer parks, I don't mean mobile home parks. I mean like you're camping. Camping's fun for a week, but not for a whole year. Living in emergency shelters or transitional living programs. And of course, if they're living in cars, parks, abandoned buildings, substandard housing, bus train stations, similar settings. In New Mexico, we're gonna see barns, garages, storage sheds, storage facilities, and probably some other ones I don't even know about. All right. Because I really love to talk about my program. But I'm gonna tell you, if you have any of your students that are living in adequate housing, that means they don't have electricity, running water, there's some sort of unsafe situation in that house, the windows are busted out, the floors are busted out, whatever, their kitchen doesn't work, they're living in an overcrowded situation, I'm gonna wrap.
Yeah.
So anyway, so those are gonna be your McKinney-Vento kids. I will talk to you if you wanna know more about McKinney-Vento, you have my contact information, so hit me up, all right?
And you'll also get the PowerPoint.
Thank you.
All right. Careful.
Missed all that information.
Okay. All right.
Me, it's you. The good thing is I can take an hour and a half or I can do 5 minutes. So we got you. And I promise, I know everybody's anxious to go. I will get as much information to you as fast as possible. The most important thing is my contact information is in the back. I am with the Department of Workforce. My team member is Carla. She's a partner with DWS as well as PED. Any information you need, please call us. I can give you a more in-depth presentation about this. We have career readiness tools and resources. What I want to highlight is we have a great partnership with your leader, with Dr. Goins. He actually created a facilitator's guide to use all our resources. So it is linked on the PED website as well as our website, and it is made by educators for educators. I won't go too far into the Department of Workforce, youth engagement. We're part of the youth engagement team. Why I work. If there's nothing else you guys take from my presentation, please check out why I work. If you Google Department of Workforce, why I work, you will find it. Carla's also handing out brochures. This is the one tool that I use that gets young people interested in learning about career readiness. I promise you, I've done this with, I have 2 teenagers. I've done this in a variety of high schools, youth organizations, New Day, which supports young people experiencing homelessness, all the young people we've talked about today. This is the one that hooks them. It's almost like a video game. Adults like it. It is a budgeting tool that is going to tell you how much you need to earn to live the life you want to live here in New Mexico. For those of you outside of Albuquerque, it breaks it down by where you live. You can start telling them the cost of living isn't different just here and Colorado, California. It's different within our own community, and it breaks it down. It gives them the average idea. Again, we work with young people. Some of them already paying for some of their bills, whatever it might be. If you don't try anything at all, try this. I promise it'll make sense. It'll work with the tools that you guys have. If you guys are using Naviance, if you're using Zello, this is going to be a great addition to that. So try why I work. If you love it, you want to know more, you want me to walk you through it, call me. This is what I do every day. Career Solutions is our tool that we use that is equivalent to like the Naviance and the Zello. I think I heard there's a new one that I wasn't aware of, Career Edge. This is free. And I'm not saying anything happens through the line of telephone, but if it did, we're the OG. All the information is coming from the Department of Workforce economists. This is where they're getting the information. What I will tell you is we do lack some things. There are reporting aspects that you can get when you pay for a system. We want to make sure that our system is going to continue to be free for anybody to use. So how many of you guys pay for a system and this isn't okay? If you have like a Naviance or a Zello, cool. That's a humble brag. Your school has money. If for some reason your school ran out of funds, Or if you decided you wanted to use those funds on maybe experiences rather than a system, learn about our system. It's gonna be here for a while. I would be happy to come and give you an in-depth training on how to use it. And again, this exploring careers with career solutions, I'm just kidding. I got way too close to talk about a raffle.
Sorry.
That's okay. It was created by our team here in partnership with PED to show you how to use it in a classroom. That's above my pay grade. I just like to go through and talk about my favorite parts. So we have that there. Again, I highlighted the next step plan because the next step plan is what you guys all work for. I have 2 teenagers. If you guys are overworked, you guys have huge caseloads, even the smaller schools that only have 20 kids, I live with 2 and I can't get them to give me a piece of paper to save my life. So I know my daughter struggled getting her next step plan turned in. And that counselor has a kabillion students. So how do you do that? We are trying to have our tools be extremely helpful for you. They can find all the answers for those next step plans in our resources. What career path do they want to take? How much will that pay them? What steps do they need to get there? We have that in our system. So please peek at it, take a look. The nice thing about being a state agency is we want it to work for the consumers in our state. So if you have suggestions, call me. We try to make it updated as much as possible. We've added videos, we've added whatever it is we can, but we can only add so much without having to charge. So the reporting part is where we have to draw the line. We talked about apprenticeships. Greta did a great job overviewing what ABC does. They're one of our strongest partners, and we do want to make sure young people know that is a realistic, high-earning pathway that they can choose if traditional college is not for them. If they still want to obtain certificates, excellent way. We have lots and lots and lots of information that we could share through our apprenticeship site, and that's a brochure that we can show you guys. Again, please use it in your next step plan. We have an internship portal. I would say visit it. I would actually ask you to visit it. It's called an internship portal right now, but we are changing it to be called a work-based learning portal. We understand that throughout the state, there are some communities, if we say internship, they're like, whoa, that sounds like a big undertaking. We're a very small community. We're limited with our employers. So we're going to change it to work-based learning and be creative. You can provide a young person a work experience in a multitude of ways. It doesn't have to be an 8-week internship. It can be all these other things, but we need your input. Let us know what's worked in your community so we can highlight that as a best practice. So me and Carla are working on trying to get that up to date. It works for all sorts of people. We have a students tab so young people can learn about it. We have an educators tab so our educators can work from there, and then our employers can go in and learn how they can be engaged as well. This part I'm not going to go too far into, but I don't do direct service. Carla and I are on the engagement portion. We try to go out and inform, build awareness. We have direct service team members who can sign our young people up for these experiences, and we have federal funds to put these young people to work and to provide them one of these, or it could be all 14, at least one of these 14 elements that we have outlined here. Our biggest one is the paid and unpaid work experiences. Almost all of them are paid. Supportive services, adult mentoring, financial literacy, all sorts of stuff that we go through as long as they qualify. If a young person is low income, they typically qualify. If they are coming out of CYFD of any sort, typically qualify. We do have wait lists for in-school youth because those funds go faster than out-of-school youth, but I'd be happy to answer more of those questions in depth whenever you guys need me to. This is just letting them know how they qualify. I'm going to skip ahead. I'm just going to make a few comments, and these are going to be shared with you guys. That's just the qualifiers. This one should have shown all the offices. We have about 25 maybe in the state now. So those are our contact information. Please call us if you need to, but some of the things that I just wanted to mention is that PED has the goal of having students workforce ready. That sounds great, and that's something that we would like to aim for as well. I'm not even sure I'm workforce ready. So my goal is really to get young people engaged and aware of career readiness tools. I know that multiple people up here spoke about labor market information. I didn't even know what that meant until I started working for the Department of Workforce, and I'm gonna be 40. So our young people, when you say labor market information, they're like, let me take a nap. But showing them the importance and the relevance of that and how it really helps us decide. Counselors are so, so important, and I'm glad that you guys are here because we've changed our view. I do think back in the day, we geared them one way only, college and you'll be successful. I was told, go to college and you're gonna make it, girl. Well, what if I went to college for underwater basket weaving? Turns out there's no jobs there. Teaching them about the labor market and where to find that information, I found it so beneficial. Now my kids think they're making their own decision instead of me telling them what to do, but I'm showing them the important jobs, just like my parents were probably trying to show me as well. So that's really important. The other thing is, I know that we have young people that are unengaged and that they're at the risk of dropping out. If you work with any of those young people, refer them to the Department of Workforce. There are the 23 to 25 offices within the state. If you know of a young person, you refer them there. Again, we have funds to try to re-engage them or to put them on another pathway to be successful. School's hard, and sometimes it doesn't work for all of us. So if we can get them engaged in something that's gonna bring them to being self-sufficient, that's the end goal. So make sure you're familiar with your local workforce office. Re-engage, top skills. I know Milo talked about the top skills. One of the ones that I saw on a survey that I recently did that I think are so important to know with our students is one of the top new skills that employers are looking for is adaptability. After COVID, who is more adaptable than the young people we're working with right now? So I love to remind them, instead of going really hard on these young people saying, you guys are all missing all of these skills, let's highlight the skills that they have that maybe we were missing when we were younger. So gosh, you're coming in and you're so adaptable. You can go from in school to out of school to half-time school to full-time school, back out of school. They are the best, most adaptable young people. And it might not have been easy, but they made it through. So they're extremely resilient. And the other one skill that I saw was an emotional intelligence. So being empathetic and having that understanding that all of us have different ideas of success. We all have a different goal, and we should not all be aiming for the exact same things. If one person wants this high, awesome. If another one's happy right here, that's great too. So trying to have them have that emotional intelligence that they just need to find what empowers themselves and then still respect what other people's wishes are. I think that's a great skill as well. And then the last thing that I think I will share with you guys is that we all share the same goal, that we want to provide free resources, us in partnership with PED. All of our resources are free, with the end goal of making sure that career readiness is accessible to all of our students throughout the entire state. Whether they're here in Albuquerque where the resources are just like overflowing, or if we go over to Tucumcari, or if we're in Mora. We want to make sure that they have these resources that whether they have the funds to buy a system or not, they can get the good quality information, not only for the students, but for our educators as well. So that was my quick pitch. Because I never wear earrings and I'm stuck. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, you all. All right. This is me to wrap up. Last one. All right. So we have to do an optimistic closer. It will be quick, I promise. But we started this off with our optimistic opener, and we just can't leave it that way. Like, it's just not right. So very quickly, I know it's the end of the day, and then the next two things will be fun and it will be worth your while. So right now, before we wrap up, before you all get on the road and drive back to, more than 2 hours where you came, I just want you to take a moment to just sit in your seat, to just relax. We're gonna have another mindful moment where we just kind of take in this whole day of everything that we just experienced. So let's start. If you're comfortable, close your eyes. And I just want you to take in a deep, long breath, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Breathing in and out. I want you to think of one word to describe right now in this moment how you're feeling. Continue breathing in and out. Think of that one thing that you learned today. what's resonating with you? What is something that you know you have to take back to your students, to your school, to your community? And lastly, think of the name of either the student you thought before, or maybe there's a new student who's come to mind through all of this information and knowledge you gained today. How and why would you apply it to this student? One last deep breath in and out. Thank you. Last, raffle time. Woo, real quick. All right, fun stuff. Okay. We are going to pull up the first one, which is in person. So you are going to look at your name tag. Everybody has a number on their name tag. All right. Lights, camera, action. Yes, ma'am. Spin it. Spin that wheel. Spin. It's gonna stop by itself. Okay. And the winner is, ooh, number one. Is number one here? Oh, number one's gone. There we go. Y'all still here? Somebody here gonna win. Y'all suck it out. 47? No, 47. 47 chickens. All right, 47 is over here today. Oh, okay, come on, third time's a charm.
Look, I need some good information for my social media, so can you run up here and act crazy so I can have people?
Come on, third time's a charm. Come on, here we go. 21? Oh my goodness, 21 is not here today. Oh my gosh.
It's snow out west.
Okay, come on, fourth time.
24.
Well, find someone who's here.
Do it for both of you.
Right. Two? Oh yeah, come on up here. Yes, give me your name tag.
I got you. Hold on, we need to say.
No, that's not all of the names.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to spin the one I have and call it? I have all the names.
She just sent it to me, hold on. Okay,
You got it?
I'm dropping it in, hold on.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, that is.
That did not do.
Okay, go ahead, Kelly. Can you?
Okay, I'm gonna spin it, but you won't get to see it. Tell them they can't see it.
Okay, see? All right, here we go. We'll announce it.
Is Edelyn Manriquez with us? Edelyn Manriquez.
Evelyn?
Edelyn.
Do you see it in the chat, anything?
No, I don't, so I'll spin again.
Yep.
And mine just went blank.
Okay, we'll spin that one. Okay, if you could really quickly pull your phones out, scan the QR code. This is our survey for the counseling conference. If you all would please be so kind to provide us with feedback. As we say here on our team, feedback is a gift, and we appreciate all of your words and feedback that you share with us.
Remember, if the feedback is about technology, that wasn't our real job.
Okay, here we go. Spinning again. Charlie Poe.
Charlie Poe.
Charlie Poe. Okay, spin again. I can't pick it up.
I think it's screen. It's working on here.
I did.
Turn it around.
Well, if your body permits,
And this one.
Oh,
if you want to walk, that would work.
You might be able to-
But the colors are off, so like.
Yep, there it is. It should be come up. I think Android made it okay too, but it didn't.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think this screen is working. You can walk up or zoom in, or there's a link.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, a little work too. That's smart. All right. So thank you all for joining us today. Safe travels and have a great weekend. Thank you. Bye-bye. Travels.
Don't
Thank
cut it
you.
yet, because I'm still
Hopefully
spinning.
we'll go straight home.
No, so walk outside and have it like, how did it snow yesterday?
Thank you. Thank you.
I saw something that I posted to
Thank you. Yay, we have a winner, Cody Gutierrez.
It's quiet. one's like sticking their fingers in there. Where do you head back to? No.
Did you cut it? Did you cut the shell? Yep. Oh, that's your. Oh, we're running. Okay, somebody. Sorry. Our winner.
The chat probably should still work.
Okay.
It's just a school year.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. North Carolina. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We need to. Trying to put it over. Yeah, we're at like five. We will hear. Right. Oh, the stuff that needs to be shipped back there in this one box.
You fill it.
The stuff that goes back there, that's correct.
Goes in that box.
Okay.
You know, when you say, I lived in the same house for 17 years now. So 15. She transitioned ninth grade to school at 6-12. So high school is the natural grade, right? And she goes anywhere, but her friends who didn't go to school at the time, they all went to high school. And it's like they don't meet each other. Right. Well, and we just, I communicated with him and just said all that, and I was like, well, this is like on pause until we story. It's a little bit difficult to explain to myself, but especially with the video, is that and so she was a freight train. She's fabulous. It was like, communication is a good thing. Right? She's ready to roll it out. The intentional long way then to next up. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, that same page. You know, like, okay. Oh, you know what? There is logic in saying we're paying for this thing that other people might do.
When then y'all gotta go.
Don't you see me that? Now, don't go on.
I'm gonna take them. Oh, thank you. My studies. I left these in the airport.
In a rental car. So I had to go to the rental car.
She had a rental, no, she had a rental car. She parked up in the car behind mine.
That's only because he told
She's
me.
still waiting to get it.
I went to go get it.
I told her, she said, take it from her husband.
It's the stuff.
Right, I'm gonna go.
It's all my stuff. It's like 5 things in the rest of it is mine.
You're not. She can take it. Take it back.
I'll take you back. Okay, okay. He's taking your car.
That way I'll take the car.
All right.
So when is there anything I can help you carry?
Definitely once I get back.
All right, well, let me know. You are funny. You said, don't you see me? What do you think I'm doing? Twiddling my thumbs?
Maybe perhaps imagine. And then I feel like, it's just like, okay, you know, and I'm like, we'll take care of it. And you're telling me like, this month, then I don't like that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not gonna be for me. And so I was just like, you know what? I can't even deal with this. I submitted a new contract that will come to you guys here. I just said, I was working on it for a couple of weeks with Joseph. But I just can't, I just can't do it. Plenty of people. I know. I'm not. Yeah, we had, I the road, that's the first time I ever heard it. You. So this is not.
Can I help you with anything? No, because me putting up is like how I'm taking inventory too.